Pistons win a third in a row. Now, Cade Cunningham is questionable.
Let's talk about why it's a big game tonight.
I made a bet with Kang back in December when they were in the midst of the record-setting losing streak that at some point they would win 3 in a row this year. It was a lunch bet. Well, approximately 3 months later, they haven't done so.
No, sir.
Do you know how many 3-game winning streaks they had the entirety of last season?
Couple? 2.
Less.
1.
Less.
They had none?
Last year, they never won 3 in a row.
They're due.
Yes. Late in the 2021-2022 season, they won 3 in a row. Late in that season. They didn't win have no 3-game winning streaks last year, and so far they've had no 3-game winning streaks this year. I did not think this was my strongest of bets, but I didn't think it was impossible. I was like, all right, I got a shot here. And seasons are long, and you end up, at some point you get hot, you run into the wrong teams, right moments, whatever. So they can win 3 in a row. They can win 3 in a row tonight if they could take care of Miami. But Cade Cunningham's questionable. And
they're without Thompson and Grimes too.
Well, they played without Thompson for a couple games now. Grimes is did he come back last game and now he's out again?
Yeah, he didn't help much of the. Anyway, we shall see. Something just happened that I'm not going to make a shoot the boot guarantee, but I think it's going to be on top plays of the week. Have you seen the length of the court putts that you can win at halftime of a basketball game?
Yeah.
They just did one at the Big Ten tournament. Guy lined up on the baseline. So 94 feet away, they've got the giant board with the Big Ten logo and the tiny little
slot that's open.
Yes. And a guy putted it 94 feet, and it just barely missed. It hit the a fraction of an inch off to the right. And the ball rebounded and then somehow reversed and went through the slot.
No way.
It totally just happened.
Wow.
My man somehow put English on a putt from 94 feet away and rolled it through. I don't know that what happened is physically possible. I don't know that what happened is physically possible. But it just happened. And I feel like we've seen more than a few people make those putts. But that literally just went down.
Yeah, well, because when somebody actually makes it, they show it. Nobody shows the misses.
That's true.
But it's still amazing they're able to do it because you got this crazy surface you're putting on. And then the slot, it's actually like, is it still the width of the hole or is it a little bit wider than that? I don't think it is.
I'm trying to look for video out there on social media. And somebody said, just wait till you see the putt during the timeout of the Big Ten tournament, but I can't find any video that's been made available yet. But it will. This is going to go viral. Whoever it is that drained this thing, it is going to go viral. So, anyway, what plans you got for this weekend? Anything exciting?
Not really. I mean, you got St. Patrick's Day's on Sunday. It's supposed to be a kind of a crappy day. I haven't really done a whole lot on St. Patrick's Day for years.
Yep.
So I don't anticipate doing anything crazy with that. The Red Wings play tomorrow afternoon. Be watching that game. But
it's a noon start, isn't it?
I think it's at 12:30, something like that. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have big plans. I'm rooting for you tonight.
Yeah.
That's definitely part of it.
Good.
You?
Wow. See. So we had plans going north and go skiing, but there is snow issues in northern Michigan right now.
Too much?
No. Apparently they've decided that the only area of the country that will get snow is the west, and it's getting absolutely dumped on again. So I think we're going with the couple we're going to go full Animal Day. Me and the guy are just going to hold up at a bar all day and watch college basketball, and the hens are going to go out shopping, and then we're going to do dinner together, and
ends.
It's gonna be one of those days. Try and make up for it.
All right.
Yep. But
I got a tweet from Chris McCoskey, who's at spring training, Doug.
oh boy.
I'm just saying, it's a spring training tweet.
Yeah.
Chris McCoskey says, Matt Manning, dealing. He's got all the tools working. Swings and misses with sliders, changeups, and heaters. 4 Ks, no walks. The one hit by Harris to start the game was the first one that wasn't a homer. 5 hits, 4 homers he's given up so far in the spring. But he is dealing, Doug.
Here we go again. There you go.
Evan Petzold fouled up Matt Manning through 16 pitches in the second inning and 17 pitches in the third inning, retired 9 batters in a row after Michael Harris's single. Manning struck out Eli White on an 88-mile-an-hour changeup and Harris on an 83-mile-an-hour slider, both swinging strikeouts.
Well, the guy's got an edge.
Hit 94 on his fastball. Man.
All right, Gator, I want you to go to our Twitter account. I want you to, at DugganGator971, see the tweet that was just sent out from our Twitter account. Again, at DugganGator971. You are going to want to see this.
All right, so this is the putt.
Yep, you got to load it up.
I do.
Describe what you're seeing.
Seeing a putt go all the way down and, just missed. And got some English on it. And, it's still going. And I can shoot. Oh!
Honest to God, it was like there was a magnet or a vacuum pushing the ball.
I got to tell you, it makes sense when Michigan State has not been able to shoot well at that end of the floor. Because obviously it is not level.
Is that what it is?
It needs to be jacked and leveled on that side because, look, the golf ball hits the wall and bounces out, but then rolls back in. Mm-hmm. How could it possibly roll back in, Doug? Not level. The floor is not level. I think Izzo's should file a protest if they don't win this game.
Protest it is.
Which they probably won't. But, that's clear violation.
Something wild.
Hello. For making that, you know how much he won?
I don't know. $20,000.
Nope.
No.
$50,000.
No.
He won a shoe. He won a table. What are you pointing at?
I'm telling you, go down.
Oh, okay.
He's never. Wow.
$1,834. He won $1,834. That's it.
For making that kind of putt?
For making a putt, 94-foot putt on a basketball court, on an unlevel basketball court.
Apparently.
On an illegal basketball court.
Wow. Hello, Rico.
I want to hear more Gators rant. An impromptu Friday rant.
That's right.
Did I hear correctly? Are you fighting giraffes?
Yeah. Yeah, I was the question was,
what's the biggest animal that you think you could fight and win?
I apparently had the worst answer ever.
Yeah, you know what? They're animals, so I'm going to probably say a dog.
Yeah.
And just leave it at
good
that.
luck.
Yeah, some dogs can be.
I didn't say a big dog.
Well, you didn't say which dog.
I said
which
a dog.
What
I
dog?
left it in,
You want to beat up on a mutt?
Hey, got in my way.
Wow.
All right.
You saw Trey Holloman. He went after Edie.
Edie's reaction, that was pretty great.
Don't smile at my face, man. Take my threat seriously.
As he's staring 2 feet straight up in the sky.
Well, I'm sure you'll be reacting to that when it goes final. What else?
Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. And college sports. I don't think people realize we may be this tournament may look different next year. Not the NCAA tournament.
The Big Ten tournament.
Totally different. Not the Big Ten, but the NCAA tournament.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walk in anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The dressing room right now calling it unacceptable, and it's happening, of course, at the worst possible time. The Red Wings have lost a season-high 7 straight games, now finding themselves out of a playoff spot. After that loss to Arizona last night, head coach Derek Lalonde was asked if the team is pressing right now. At 72 points, the Wings one spot behind the Islanders for the last wild card. They play the Sabres tomorrow afternoon at Little Caesars Arena. Pistons, though, they've won 3 out of 4. They're in action against the Heat at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Cade Cunningham is questionable managing that knee injury. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. Michigan State right now taking on top seed Purdue in the quarterfinals of the Big Ten tournament. And 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald, is retiring from the NFL. At the Coyle Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, everybody. Friday afternoon. We've got a big show planned for you. And while we cannot solve the eternal question of could you punch a giraffe in the face, what we can do, we can talk about whether this is the last NCAA tournament you'll ever see. We could talk about the Red Wings being a complete grease fire, who to blame. And I think JJ may have a new address, and it might be in this division. We have got a lot of ground to cover today. Let's jump in. Rico, last night, are you okay? Last night.
I think you could take out a giraffe.
Last night. It's another complete WTF performance by the Wings, where even if you join the game, middle of the second period, late second period, and it's 2-1, and you go, okay, it doesn't matter what has happened before this point. Turn it on. Give me 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes of good hockey. You'll steal it from the fire. You'll be okay. And instead, none of that happened. Now, I am going to defer to Kenny and the Hockey Elite on a lot of this, because here's what I am not qualified to do. I am not ready at this point to get on the air yelling and screaming about firing Derek Lalonde. I might be after I play the audio for you. But all I know is when I see a team that is not playing hard, and when I see a team that goes through long stretches looking lifeless, when I see a team that has lost 7 straight games and all of them are by 2 or more goals, they're getting their asses kicked. I do kind of point towards the coach as a part of this here now. But
because the coach should be the calming factor. The coach should be the person who says, okay, guys, we know how to do this. We know how to win.
All right, so you ready for this? I want to play this audio for you. And I want to set Kenny up, because I know once he opens the mic, it's over. We're all done. We're out of here. Kenny will take you to 6.
Yeah, I was warned by Kenny.
Coming at 2:30.
Don't mess with me today.
Kevin Weeks in studio. So look, I want to play this audio for you because I'll tell you, you know how I feel. Bally is one step from the Kremlin. They're trying to sell you on the, hey, if I told you we were in this spot at the beginning of the year.com, you're pointing at me in a very judgmental way.
No.
What's wrong?
Not to derail.
Oh, no. What?
A little bit of breaking news.
Do you want the thing?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. Juwan Howard has been fired.
Yeah! Why'd they need to hire a firm to know he was a bum?
It's a great Friday.
Sorry.
I mean, boy, oh boy, how will Jalen Rose take the news after he was stooping for him on TV all season? Okay, well, Jalen's gone. So back to what I was I mean, there's no one else there to say. Here's what you should do. Go call Indiana State's head coach. Josh, what the hell's his last name? Bring him in. He's like Beeline Jr. He runs a 5-out. He's going to, I'm telling you, they're a ton of fun to watch.
They are.
He finds players. I'd call Josh, not Schwape. What the hell is his name?
Shirts.
Josh Shirts. Give him a call. Do whatever you want. So here's what I want to do. I want to stick to the Wings. So Juwan's out. Unless you think there's a topic here.
No. I just
Respect. No,
Yeah.
it just it.
I didn't want to do before it went too far down the line. It just happened. Just wanted to let the people know.
All right.
Continue on.
He gone. So Wings have lost 7 in a row. I gave you some of the stuff. Let me give you this Lalonde audio. And I want your response to this because I'll tell you, if I owned the team, I'd be livid. Take a listen to this. You're fired. I will tell you that while I am not qualified to fire this man based on X's and O's, I could tell you if I own the team and I had just lost my 7th straight game and got dump trucked by the Coyotes again, and I'm getting my ass kicked every night. Do you know what I don't want to hear from the leader of my locker room? I don't want to hear the, what if I told you? Buddy, 7 games ago on February 28th on a Friday, we were sitting here and Kenny was attaching a car flag to his dinkus. Are you kidding me right now?
You don't want to hear that. Well, nobody picked us in the beginning, so we're right where we're supposed to be, right?
You're 10-2 in the NFL. You lose your last 5 games of the season. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Right.
Kenny, that audio, you're the one. You are our hockey yeti. You have to tell me if I'm wrong. I would launch him out of a cannon if I own this team.
He said 8% at the beginning of the year. Was that the number he gave us?
Yeah.
You want to know what we were after that 6-game winning streak? We were over a 60% chance of making the playoffs with an expectation to be the first wild card seed. So I don't want to hear about, at the beginning of the season, people didn't respect us, people didn't like us. So what? You were talented enough to get to a spot that almost locked you into a playoff spot. And now you skid for 7 games, and all of a sudden I'm supposed to be like, nobody expected us to be this far? No, you lose one guy, you lose Dylan Larkin, and that means your season is over. I don't buy that either. This is absolutely a Derek Lalonde problem. And you can argue roster construction with Steve Yzerman. I'll allow you to do that if you like. But it's a Derek Lalonde issue right now. The team is not trying. The team, at least in the second and third period, the first period was okay. The second and third period against Arizona,
right,
a terrible hockey team, they came in here and they made you look like chumps in your own building. The second period was a disaster. The third period wasn't much better. Yeah, it's a Derek Lalonde problem.
All right.
I don't think I'm firing him yet, but at the end of the season, if this snowball keeps rolling downhill,
you don't make the playoffs.
Kenny, can I ask you a question? I'm not putting you. I'm not intentionally doing this. If you don't have the answer, don't feel bad. How many teams that are currently in the playoffs or striking distance have fired their coaches?
I actually talked to Jeff Rieger about this earlier today. I believe that number is 6 or 7, something like that.
So 6 or 7 teams have aced out a head coach in season who are either currently in the playoffs or in striking distance.
Yes.
So why is firing Lalonde not on the table?
I know it's just an example. It's just one thing that happened one time. But I mean, look at 2019.
Who's your power play guy? Isn't it Bobby Boobie or whatever his name is? Seriously. It's not Buble. What the hell's his name? Boobner?
Yeah, Bugner, yeah.
Whatever.
So,
bottom line, you have to do something.
So in 2019, the Blues, they were like last in the league. They fire their head coach midseason, win the Stanley Cup that year. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with the Red Wings. They're not as good as that team was. But if you want to do that, I'm not looking at you too far sideways.
I guess, if you do that, Kenny, question for you. Do you have the players that you could all of a sudden bounce back and become this team? Or will you just have the same results with a new coach?
It depends on what you mean this team. If you mean this
current
team,
roster.
This team to make the playoffs, yeah, because you were in that spot before. You were winning at a consistent pace. You were outscoring teams. Now it doesn't look like – I can't remember the last time this team scored the first goal of a hockey game. I think you might have to go back over a month to do that.
Enrico, look, here's the other problem. And by the way, let me invite the hockey elite to the party because I want to run parallel paths here. Everyone takes blame when a team collapses this way. Coach, players, GM, you name it. But I want to know who harbors the most blame. And I'm not saying you must do X. I'm asking if it's an unreasonable thought to discuss Derek Lalonde, because I will tell you, if I were an owner, it'd be a terrible idea. But if I were an owner, I would have heard that comment last night. He wouldn't have seen daylight. We would have been done. Because that's loser talk. Mm-hmm. That's loser talk. And you're the guy who leads my room. This team isn't fighting.
Yeah,
They're not trying.
Yeah, that sounds like a coach he's at that frustration level. Just like the players are frustrated. You saw the fight happening at the practice. He has no answers. That's where it gets dangerous because you are paid to be the guy with answers. Or if you don't, you fake it till you make it. But you don't come out there and say, well, at the beginning of the year, you guys didn't think we were in good. No, you don't do that.
And by the way, I do find it alarming that after that fight that took place in practice, how it just basically looked like the team didn't respond at all. I was expecting a little bit more fireworks after that. No, not really. You got a halfway decent first period against a bad team. That's not good enough.
No, not when you haven't really played more than a handful of good periods in 7 games. I want to know from you guys. This is an all-time collapse. It really is. When you talk about it, it's you were in the playoffs and building a pretty substantial cushion. You have lost 7 straight games and been the hockey equivalent of blown out in a majority of them. Yeah. Come on, man. And I want to ask the question, Rico. Here, I don't care. Let's both be Satan on a Friday, shall we?
Okay.
You're in a fashion hat that looks beautiful. Is this where Red Wing fan goes, the bloom's off the rose with Yzerman? From here on out, we treat Stevie Y like a normal GM. From here on out, I got to let go of the fact I had the starting lineup and I had the Topps card and I had a Stevie jersey or a cartoon T-shirt. He's a normal GM. Like, is the bloom off the rose if they end up missing the playoffs here?
I think it is. I mean, it's all of a sudden where he's not Stevie who played. He's in a new job. He's doing a new thing. He's wearing the suits. You can't think about anything that he did in the past. But, think about it. Yeah, a few weeks ago, we were talking about could they possibly overtake Toronto and get a better spot in the playoffs. And now, okay, they lost this. Okay, well, they were bound to lose. They were playing with Colorado, and they were playing tough Florida. Okay, you could accept those losses. But, Arizona twice at the crib. There, things not looking good. Las Vegas, I think at this point, Mike, you're correct that Stevie he's fair game.
Yeah, you got to stop.
He's fair game.
This town's getting in a bad habit here of deifying GMs. We can like somebody. We could say they're doing a really nice job. Doesn't make them perfect. Like, I think Lion fans are getting very dangerous with this Brad Holmes stuff. Brad Holmes done a great job. He ain't Jesus.
Don't go down that road.
No, I'm making it out. It's all of them. I have people call up and who want to blindly defend Scott Harris. Why? Steve Yzerman, we're in year 5. We're in a 7-game losing streak. This is one of the better collapses you will ever see. And I don't know what end is in sight. That same Buffalo team that kicked your ass just kicked the Islanders' ass. And guess what? They're doing what they did last year. Buffalo was damn near a mile out of the playoffs, and they ended up just missing it. They're doing the same thing now. What confidence do I have that Buffalo comes down and don't kick your ass again?
Yeah, I definitely think that Yzerman can be to blame. I've never been one to deify somebody, but I think that when you look at this, he's the man who put this all together, the Yzer plan. I thought, okay, when you brought in Patrick Kane, that was going to be maybe that difference maker. For a while, they looked good because they didn't have the quote-unquote superstar, but you had the balanced scoring going on where you didn't know where the points were going to come, but they were going to come. Now, you got nothing. You got a coach out there talking about, well, at the beginning of the year, you guys didn't really think we were going to do this anyway. Yeah, this is where Yzerman has the big family meeting and what are we doing? What are we doing here? From the coach down, guys, we're still in this. We still have a chance to do this, but if you let this slip away, I think you do have to make some major changes in the offseason.
248-539-9797. We're going to cover a lot of ground today, but we got to start with the Red Wings. And I'm not doing any ha-has about the patch and stuff. We don't even need to go there. This is simple. who harbors most of the blame. And Lalonde's audio, if I were a diehard, that would really irk me. That is the ultimate Kremlin messaging you will ever get. Well, if I told you at the beginning of one problem, as Kenny G. Cott said, you were a 65% favorite to get in February 28th. You've lost 7 in a row and have gotten absolutely dump trucked. Come on, Derek, don't stop.
Yeah, this isn't last year where you were in that playoff for 18 hours.
That's the equivalent. You tell a guy whose house just burned down, well, it could have been worse. Oh, thanks, bud, but my house still burnt down.
Yeah, but your car wasn't in the garage.
Take him to church.
You want that career in radio, TV, graphic design artist. You hear what Mike and I are doing and says, hey, I want to be in radio. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It's easy. You just need to be curious and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business. And with that hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And the beautiful thing at Specs, you don't have to wait until the fall for classes, because new classes start year-round. So head over to the website. Be curious. ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Now, what's not debatable, the best mattress made, it is the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool and comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Derek Lalone. And I'm sorry, from this hockey neophyte's point of view, you can't say that. You cannot offer that in a 7-game losing streak when you largely look like you don't want to be there and you're getting your ass kicked. I'd love to know where you guys are at. Rico and I also had a side conversation, very simply put. I mean, if this collapse ends up complete and they don't make the playoffs, the bloom's off the rose with Stevie, right? I don't have to hear Yzerplan anymore, right? We can just treat him like a human, who goes number 1 and number 2, and it doesn't smell like Chanel. Like we can just talk, pants on the same way we do.
Yeah, or possibly, put him on a hot seat and say, hey, you got to do better.
Well, I just don't know at what point, like if you miss the playoffs in this catastrophe fashion, that you don't have pressure to make it next year and do something. I mean, you're 6 years in. At what point did the special hire just end up not being special? Oh, well, Harbaugh took 7. Different sport. He was still winning 80% of his games. He couldn't beat OSU. And how he ended up getting it done. I digress. David, anything to add, or can I go to the people?
Go to the people.
Okay, done deal. We go to TJ. He's going to lead off on a Friday. TJ, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Mike?
Excellent. Yeah. What's on your mind, brother?
I mean, I'm a diehard Wings fan. Last night, probably in the last 10 years, was the toughest game I've ever had to watch. There just doesn't seem to be any urgency, and it seems like no one on the team is willing to step up and be the guy when Larkin leaves the lineup. And to me, it screams red flag everywhere, and Lalone's comments are even more horrific, because all that does is make me feel like we have a coach who is so clueless to what's going on around him that he's not urgent with the players. And if this doesn't get figured out soon, someone needs to lose their job. And I do put some blame on Steve, because if you look at the deadline, you saw these teams like Buffalo picking up Bowen Byron. You saw these teams making moves to take themselves at least to a position where they could pick up those extra 7 or 8 points that you need to get in a playoff spot. We didn't make those moves. I think it was you or Kenny had said a few weeks ago, we needed a sandpaper guy, as he said. That's exactly it. Radko Gudas, someone from the trenches who can come out and put a physical presence onto the game for us. There's just no urgency with this group, and the season's in free fall. And to be honest, if they lose to Buffalo this next game, it really could just be packed up.
So what's your opinion on what I said about Yzerman? I mean, can is the bloom off the rose if they miss it? Like, is he just a GM now?
100%.
Okay.
100%. I mean, the team needs to find a different direction. And I know Steve's a legend here. Everyone in the town loves him. But like you said, Mike, at what point are we not going to question these people's performance? I mean, it's a half a decade at this point. The guy has to come up with something. I mean, making the playoffs is the bare minimum, especially when you're going to call yourself a place hockey town that we all know what it is. But this is ridiculous. I mean, at some point, someone needs to step up and have some urgency, because it just seems like ever since Larkin left the lineup, it's just been a deflated football. Yeah. I don't understand what's going on, but it's got to get figured out.
I mean, that's the thing, too. I mean, TJ, you're not even getting to the third period of most, last night notwithstanding. You're not even getting to the third period of most of these games. I mean, they're down 2, 3, 4, 5 goals, and you're like
5-2. Okay.
There's nothing to watch. There's nothing to do. Now, last night, you're in the thick of it, and you couldn't finish. I mean, they're out there, and you can see they're pressing where the simple is becoming difficult. Mm-hmm.
But I think you heard that in the coaches as well, in Lalonde. It's pressing. It's desperate. It's no one really has an answer for why have we lost 7 games. I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as, well, Larkin goes down. No, because you were losing before that happened. Why are you losing? No one knows, Mike. That's where the pressing's coming in.
Mitch, 97.1. What's up, Mitch?
Hey guys, I'm not Yzerman slappy, right? I love the guy obviously because of the past, but you keep saying it. He's not a player anymore, right? We can't look at him as he was a player. I think he put, you get these veterans like Kane, you got Petrie, you got Comfer and Kopp and all these guys. Plus you got a coach that you hired. Well, at one point, I don't think we were one player away from getting to the Stanley Cup final. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So the trade deadline, I don't see why we would go all in on it. Maybe if you guys wanted to win one round in the playoffs, sure. But I really think you got to look at right now the veteran players, the coach itself, and Stevie. Yeah, you're right. He's had 5 years, and we haven't really done anything with it.
I think the thing that bothers me, Mitch, is in 5 years of drafting, only 2 of his picks are playing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, and I don't want to say, oh, look at the farm system, but
No,
I mean,
I
a lot of experts will say, yeah, he's got a great, we got some great talent coming up. I just don't like to put it all on Stevie when when I'm like, man, where are all our veteran players? Where the heck is our coach at this point?
Listen,
in time?
and Mitch, there are a couple notes.
A,
we were not a radio show demanding all in. That would be a stupid thing. I said, if you don't do it, and this slide continues, it's going to be a talking point. And then part 2 is this. You're right. Players, Lalone, and Yzerman all take blame. It's a matter of who deserves the most. And I'm not dying on any hill. I'm trying to figure it out as much as anybody.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
You got it, Mitch. I mean it. I want to figure it out. I am not in any way dying on any specific hill here. All I'm saying is I think we can bring Stevie down off the cross here and we can just talk. All right? He's not a deity. He's a GM who in year 5, after seemingly had turned a corner, is in the biggest collapse in the sport right now. And I don't know if it ends because Buffalo is humming. And if you put these efforts out on the ice, if this is really what you're going to do, they're going to bury you again. And I don't see Kenny objecting, so maybe I'm onto something here. 248-539-9797. Got a ton of people who want to talk about it. We're here for it. Frankly, we need a little break from the Lions. Hopefully a calm day there. Oh, by the way, Juwan Howard got fired. Paulson's having their annual inventory clearance sale right now with pricing up to 70% off everything in the store. That means TVs, speakers, amps, you name it. Things like an LG 65-inch OLED 4K TV starting at $16.99 just in time for the tournament. And if you don't remember anything, just simply remember this. Their prices are always less than Amazon Prime or Best Buy, and they'll show you in the store. Paulson's Audio Video. It's paulsonsav.com. Stop on by. Family-owned for over 33 years. Best in the game. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, first time today. We'll get some ticket texts. We will get back to the phones as well. Wings, another disgusting performance. Arizona walks in and does the deed. It's 7 straight. They're not close. The effort is at a minimum, you could say, lacking. At a maximum, you could say on some nights they look like they don't want to be there. And then Derek Lalonde with a ridiculous remark last night about, well, start of the season, nobody thought we'd make it. You can take that down the line. So I'd like to know where you're at, who bears the most blame. Hey, 6 playoff teams have fired their coach. You think Lalonde should be on the block? And are we ready to just start talking about Steve Yzerman as someone who puts his pants on the same way that we do? Not a deity, a human. And it's not good enough right now. So all of that's in play.
Or maybe his plan is just not working.
And that's fine too. But my point is, it's been heresy to discuss that. I want to know if people can come to the table now and go, look, I love the man and I want him here, but the Yzer plan is off course.
Fair.
David.
Yeah, let me read this one. He's yelling at me. Everything is in caps except for his name and where he's from. So he's yelling.
Noted.
Nick from Farmington Hills says, Steve Yzerman should be on the hot seat. 5 years is long enough. Derek Lalonde should be fired, not getting the team together. This is the Red Wings, for God's sakes. 11 Stanley Cups, many playoffs. We say the Lions need to change their culture. Well, this culture is changing to losing, and it's sad. All right.
Okay.
The Wings were 2 points away from third in the division and a greater than 70% chance of playoffs before the collapse. But that doesn't absolve Stevie Y of constructing this putrid defense. That is from Curtis in Detroit.
And that's the thing. You did build a team now where the defensive core has been bad all year. Let's face it. The goaltending was not prioritized. You got very fortunate that Lyons stepped up and became someone that we didn't think he could be. The reality is this is his plan. So that depth that you signed, right? Like in the summer when Hockeynistas would call up and make fun of me and they're like, well, what do you know about JT Compher? I'm like, I don't know. I know he ain't a superstar. I know he's a winning player. I understand you need depth, but I want sizzle. All of that depth you signed was supposed to help you never have a stretch like this. Professionals, guys that put on the helmet every night and go to work. Where is it? I'm sorry, Kenny.
No,
please.
you're right about that, but the only thing I'll say to that is you were, like that texter said, you were that close to being third place in your division. You constructed a team capable of that. You have one injury, and then all of a sudden it just disappears. I don't buy that's a Steve Yzerman problem. I buy that that's a Derek Lalonde problem.
Okay, and that's why I've said, Kenny.
Thank you, David.
That is not what Kenny said.
No. And I also agree with you at the same time that you can take Steve Yzerman off the cross now. He's not a saint, He's not infallible. He makes mistakes.
So we can just talk like
he's
humans.
a human being. He's a GM. Not everything he does is going to work.
So he's been knocked.
That's not what I said either, David.
Oh, my God, Kenny.
Wow.
About to jump over this console and punch this man. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Let's go to Ben, 97. I'm sorry, Kenny, you understand how funny that is. It's absurd. Everyone knows you didn't say it. Go to Ben, 97.1. Hi, Benny.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I could be better, but, nothing a nicotine pouch can't help. But,
Nothing a little Zins won't get you by with. I got you.
That's right. I agree with Kenny 100%. I don't think this is a Steve Yzerman problem, and I honestly, to go to Rico's point, I don't think, he thinks that his plan is working, which is why he signed all these guys in the offseason and because he thinks that he's not getting it through the draft. But the Lalonde thing, I never call into the radio shows, guys, but, man, that Lalonde comment, which I didn't hear, and I listened to the post-game comments on YouTube from the Red Wings, that wasn't in there. And it's maddening. It's, to see a team do so well through January and February and just do so poorly after we lose Larkin, which the other thing is this isn't even a one-off thing. This happened in December when Larkin went out after the Ottawa game. We did the exact same thing. We imploded. And it just doesn't make any sense. And the lackadaisical response from Lalonde is just, to me, it's unacceptable. And you just, I gave the guy a chance for a long time, and I totally get it. But at the end of the day, it's like that's the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
And Ben, you know what's interesting too? Everyone who knows Steve Yzerman knows this guy runs hot. He is the ultimate competitor. This is killing him. Can you imagine what his response to Lalonde's comment was? It's unfathomable.
No, I can't imagine that. Yeah, I mean, I imagine him sitting in in the suite listening to that and just gritting his teeth. But yeah, I just, I'd like to see something. But one thing about Yzerman, like you guys are saying, like taking him off the cross is like one thing that's frustrating to me is, you're going through a stretch like this, which is the second time we've gone through this, where the defense is just absolutely collapsing, and it's like you got a star defensive player, young guy who's already proven he can come up and play NHL minutes, and how about you shake stuff up, and how about you healthy scratch some guys like Petrie or whoever, and get some of this young blood in there. I mean, we got Albert Johansson too, and Steve Yzerman's been singing his praises. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Unfortunately, the second we thought about bringing up Simon Edvinsson, he actually just got injured. So I don't know how long-term it is, but yeah, no, that happened actually fairly recently. Otherwise, yeah, you'd be 100% right on that.
No, Ben's not wrong. Like, look, I think something Kenny said, and I agreed with it then, and I think it bears repeating now. You don't get to pimp how good your system is if you can't draw upon it.
When you don't see the system.
It's just hard for people, and I admit, right, I'm not Don Cherry. I mean, I watch and I follow them, and if they get good, I'll watch a lot more. The reality is, no, I'm not going to claim to know the entire system. I have too many other things to pay attention to. The point is, you can't keep talking about how good it is if none of the guys ever play here. Like, if the system's as good as it is, it shouldn't be just about a Johansson or about an Edvinsson. It has to be about that it is assisting me in the dog days of the season. Let's face it, the only injury you have of note, yes, it's Dylan Larkin. And yes, maybe we've underrated Dylan Larkin for a long time. Maybe his importance is showing right now, but it doesn't account for why this team looks short on effort every night. Even an idiot like me can see that. It's lazy. It's not. There's no pace to it. There's no urgency to it.
No, it kind of looks like everybody is looking for somebody else to be that catalyst, to be the spark, to end the streak. And, they're all just skating around like, okay, is it going to be you? Is it going to be you? Like, it's almost like it's just a rudderless ship. Like, they don't seem like they know how to win, but it's almost like they've forgotten how to win.
But we're also in the same problem, right? Like, we talk about it's a double-edged sword. So on one hand, hey, they got more guys in the league with 10 goals than anybody else. Right. You know what else they don't have? A 40-goal scorer, a 30-goal scorer.
Somebody who just steps up and says, all right, guys, I got this. Hop on my back.
And
let's go.
DeBrincat is supposed to be that. And maybe he gets there by the end. But the point is, you need a couple of those. You need weapons. Because those 10-goal guys, that's not going to carry you. 248-539-9797. Dominic's up next. Dom, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I'm a young fan. I'm only 21 years old, but I've been pretty passionate about this team this year, and I'm super frustrated. I think Malone's comments are really soft, and there's definitely an issue there. And I'm frustrated with a lot of guys on this team. I mean, you have several veterans that we signed, including Kane. Everybody knows what he's about. JT Compher won a cup with the Avs in 2022, and Daniel Sprong made a deep run with the Kraken in the playoffs last year. Like, this is a time when those guys need to start stepping up, and I'm not seeing it. I just don't think that there should be this bad of an explosion just from Larkin being gone. It looks like Lucas Raymond is the only one that wants to be there, and he's 21 years old. It's just ridiculous.
So if this crumble continues, if they don't make the playoffs, where are you at with the Yzer plan?
I'm done with it. I mean, it's 5 freaking years, man. It's been long enough. We're not seeing him do the things that he needs to do. Like you touched on, only 2 of his draft picks are playing, and I feel like we got guys in the minors that are ready to go. And obviously, Kenny just said that Edvinsson is hurt, which we can kind of scratch that off the table. But there's things that can be done here, and I feel like it's just not happening. And I'm ready for a change. I'm ready to make something happen. It's time.
No, and again, that Lalone comment, I know it's emotional radio host blather. I don't want to anger any of you. The comment bothered me as a sports fan because I can apply my rage to any sport. Baseball, football. It could be NCAA tournament. Hey, you started out 20-4. You've lost 8 of your last 9 and you're on the bubble. Well, no one believed in us at the start. Stop. I wasn't
No,
pointing
you're good. I was agreeing with you. I think it angered me for the reason that it felt defeatist almost. It felt like, well, we made it this far. It was a good year. Pack it in. I'm like, no, what are you talking about, man? We're still on the bubble.
Crazy. We'll get to more of your calls. We'll get to a football today. Juwan Howard got fired. You got thoughts on it? God bless. We'll have you on. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, everybody. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, you receive free grub control and that full season of care. Why does that matter? Well, it's very simple. You're going to have professionals. They're going to get to the problem before you even realize you have one. And they have a custom tailored solution for your lawn. So it's not a big box operation here. It's Natural Way. You mention my name, you're getting their best pricing. Visit naturalwaylawn.com. That's naturalwaylawn.com, or you can call them at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. All right. Get back to your calls momentarily. Let's get some football going, shall we? More football. Mr. David Hall, the most famous pastor in the city of Detroit.
Yeah, no, nowhere near that. Let's talk about some things that are non-free agency for a quick minute because some newsworthy things happen. First, Aaron Donald. He has announced his retirement after a great 10-year Hall of Fame career, multiple All-Pros, multiple Pro Bowls, Defensive Player of the Years. I mean, he's probably the greatest player in the 2014 draft, right? Detroit Lions?
Yeah, and again, he wasn't the same player. He was still good, but he wasn't Aaron Donald. We also talked about last year there were rumors of retirement. He's made the money. He's won the Super Bowl. He's got his health. I have nothing to say on it. First ballot, unanimous Hall of Famer, and thanks for playing.
Yeah, because when you already start talking retirement, you've retired. Your heart's not in it anymore. That's how you get injured.
Yeah.
It was time for him to go. I thought last year was just a stretch, maybe okay, let's try to run it back. I owe it to you guys. But I think after last year ended, he knew, I don't want to do this anymore. The passion is gone. I have a Hall of Fame career. I want to end on a high note. I don't want to be one of those athletes that stick around and hang around 5 years too long.
Franco Harris, Seahawks.
Yes.
Please don't bring that up.
Oh, it's just fun. It's all.
Let's bring this up, though, because a trade happened today, a trade that you would normally see either days before the draft or on draft day. But the Vikings now have 2 first-round picks. They have traded their second-round pick, their sixth-round pick, and a second-round pick next year to receive the number 23rd overall pick from the Houston Texans. So they now have 2 first-round picks, number 11 and number 23.
Here's what it does, because I know what you're going to ask. It takes out of the equation having to give up next year's first-round pick. That's what this does. So 11 and 23 can move you inside the top 5 because now reports are coming out. They are all in. They have 2 quarterbacks they want. One of them presumably is JJ. And I'm praying to God they call the Giants at 6 and help us.
You take those 2 picks?
Yeah. The Giants have so many needs. No, and again, I'm fine with JJ. But Rico, we've talked about it. I have nothing. My team is bereft of talent. Well, I think Minnesota is going out and trying to get an elite QB.
They are. But, David, when you told me this morning on our phone conversation, I'm still wondering, well, what did the Texans get out of this? I understand because I thought, okay, well, I asked you, who was the player they threw in there? Well, there was no player. They just swapped out picks. It seems like the Texans got fleeced. And, Mike, you said, well, no, because the draft is really front-loaded and nothing on the back. That's one less year you have to pay somebody. So it just seems I don't get it.
What, the Texans got paid to move back and got an extra second-round pick
for next year.
That's it. I mean, look. Hey, man, I don't hate it. And for Minnesota, we said it.
For Minnesota, it makes total sense.
Right. So, like, they needed the ammo to move up. Well, here it is. Go ahead, David. Sorry. Hello?
I'm sorry. Evan's giving me breaking news here.
Oh, guys, my bad.
Yeah. Josina Anderson is being told that the Eagles are working to trade for quarterback Kenny Pickett.
Why?
What do you have to trade? A box of cookies or something?
I'll take anything.
Does somebody mow your lawn?
Give me the cookies, yes.
Why would Philly want Kenny Pickett?
I have no idea.
I think you get Radio Shack coupons.
Yeah, Joe Bucks. Hold on.
Radio and Blockbuster.
Right. David, I want to say this respectfully. I don't even know if that qualifies as breaking news.
He comes running in here. I'm thinking it was something else, but whatever.
Sorry.
Kenny Pickett goes to the Eagles possibly. We'll see if it's right. It's Josina Anderson.
For what?
Nothing yet. He just says
I'm saying, what will he do at the Eagles?
Sit on the end
Change
of the bench.
position?
Give sandwiches to Jalen Hurts.
Position change?
Oh, come on.
I don't know.
Let's move on.
As the backup QB?
Just the peak of disrespect, Kenny.
Let's move here to the Bears. So a lot of things happening in the Lions division that Lions fans should pay attention to because the Bears traded a 4th-round pick for Keenan Allen last night.
Yeah, that happened late last night.
Yeah, they approached him about a pay cut. just like they did Mack and Bosa, and he said no. And immediately the next day, they traded him to the Bears. The Bears are getting better. They just got to make a decision on the quarterback.
I have mixed emotions on this.
Okay.
One. On paper, the player who he is, you go, wow, him and DJ Moore, that's really nice.
They got
Cole
bodies
Kmet.
there.
Here's your issue. Man, is he old. And at some point, I know he's a rock of consistency. See, Lions fans, I talk this way about everybody's players. I get worried at this stage of his career. When he falls, he's going to fall off a cliff. So I don't, it's like a 1-year move because I have no way of projecting anywhere into the future with him.
So he's going to go full Sean Alexander?
I don't.
Just go Hall of Famer to nothing.
Something for you. My childhood. It's called Rodney Hampton. From a Pro Bowler to a pumpkin. One training camp.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this next story, maybe this receiver is going from a pumpkin to a Pro Bowler because the Chiefs brought in Hollywood Brown. 1 year, $7 million.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
How dare you? Let Andy cook. Don't you know what he's brought us? I don't like it either. Here's the deal. We love the Chiefs, and you love Pat Mahomes. They have not really been successful bringing in wide receivers. The Juju Smith-Schuster thing did not work. Kadarius Toney did not work. Sky Moore didn't work. You keep trying, but Hollywood Brown, here's your problem. Refuses to run block. Will not sacrifice his body. And he is a very, very, basic route runner. Now, you want to tell me they want him to just run 9 routes and let Mahomes bomb it? Fine. I'm not going crazy over this signing. That's a Madden signing. That's not a real-life thing.
I still think that they're probably going to take one of those Texas receivers with that final pick of the first round.
A.D. Mitchell?
That's going to be their number 1, and Hollywood ends up becoming their number 2 receiver.
Okay. All right. How about at number 3? You show me Rashee Rice, someone else, Kelsey, then Hollywood. Then you got me.
Okay.
So the Browns have made a hiring to their coaching staff.
Yes.
They have hired Mike Vrabel.
I like it.
He is going to be the coaching and personnel consultant for the Browns.
I'm good with it. Really good defensive mind, powerful personality, knows the entire AFC inside and out. If he gives you some guidance or some tip or some boost to a game plan, it's worth it.
And he knows Jim Schwartz well.
Right.
So
all it costs is money. It doesn't matter. I'll never have a problem bringing a man who will be a head coach 2025.
Still trying to figure out what Pittsburgh got back in that trade.
Will you let it go?
It says pick swap, but it's not telling me what picks, where they are, what year.
David, it's Kenny Pickett. Pick your nose.
7th round pick swap in the year 2033.
So I want to know if you like this deal here.
Wow.
Because earlier in the week, the Texans traded for Joe Mixon. Well, they have decided to extend him.
Hate it.
3-year deal worth $27 million.
Don't like it at all. You have Dameon Pierce. He took the job from Singletary. Then he lost it. You know, I don't know. Why not draft a back, pair him with Pierce, and move forward for $10? Instead, they're paying a running back $9 million a year, and he's at the end of his prime. I'm, you know my drill.
Don't pay running backs.
I guess you know what? It depends. Is this one of those deals where he gets a lot of guaranteed money up front, and if we can bail on this contract in year 2 if this doesn't work out? If that's the case, I'm all right with that because it's just for show. It's not a real 3-year deal.
Well, I'm all right with it because they're not paying their quarterback yet. So you can spend the money elsewhere. If they want to do it on the running back, fine. They got.
You're hoping that Mixon comes in angry because he got left.
Very true.
He did all of this work for the Bengals, and the Bengals just said thank you for doing those, helping us out with your salary
Thank you
and
for
the
being a friend.
contracts,
Bye-bye.
and you really helped us out. You can leave now.
Great Golden Girls reset. Good for you.
So Kenny Pickett, are you happy, David?
I told you that Russell was going to be the starter. That's all I have to say. I told you. It was no competing. He had the
That
gig.
bar is not high.
You guys are obsessed with this story.
I will get his jersey now. Russell Wilson. Let's go. And that is in football today.
FanDuel, balls in your court here, rest of the season, NBA, certainly college. Right now, new customers, $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. That's $200. If your bet wins, you can bet on the NBA in a variety of ways, and certainly the SGPs are a big part of it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make that first bet a winner. FanDuel, official sports book of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Michigan basketball head coach Juwan Howard is out after 5 seasons on the job in Ann Arbor. The former Fab 5 member made the Elite 8 and Sweet 16 within the first 3 seasons on the job, but the Wolverines, they went just 8-24 this season. That's the most losses in a single season in program history. In a statement to us, athletic director Ward Manuel says despite Howard's love for the university, it was very clear that the program was not living up to expectations. Meantime, Michigan State loses a thriller this afternoon in the quarterfinals of the Big Ten tournament. 67-62 the final. They fall to number 1 seed Purdue. Tyson Walker led the way with 15 points for the Spartans, and next up for them, Selection Sunday this weekend. It's the worst slump of the year at the worst time for the Red Wings. They've lost a season-high 7 straight games, on the outside looking in right now in the wild card race. Forward David Perron calls this losing streak unacceptable. The Wings stuck at 72 points, currently 1 spot behind the Islanders for the last wildcard place. They've got another chance to get back on track tomorrow afternoon at LCA against the Buffalo Sabres. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock. Beautiful day outside. Not so much at the LCA. Wings in the middle of a losing streak. We play some Lalonde sound. We'll play that again.
Oh, please do. It warms my soul, Rico. Or disgusts me, either way.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we
got some people still on the line.
I want to get to the Wings one more time for the 3 o'clock audience. And we are going to talk about the NCAA tournament a week from today. We'll be in Vegas. You guys will be watching the games, listening to the games, betting on the game, whatever it may be. And why this might be the last tournament of its kind. That's not drama. I gave Rico some homework. I got to play teacher for a day here. Hey, do you want to learn? Come to my class. I'm Rico. Well, today I gave him some homework, huh? And we're going to talk about it. But I want to play the Lalonde stuff for you because I think it's important because I think it's applicable rage to any sport. If a coach comes out and says this amidst a 7-game losing streak, it borders on intellectual dishonesty. Here's Derek Lalonde last night. Tell me what you think. What? February 28th, you were 65% favorite to make this thing. You were rolling. You've lost 7 straight. You're getting killed every night. You've been dominated by the Coyotes twice, 8-1 combo meal. Buffalo, who kicked your ass the other day, is coming in. They just bombed the Islanders. Like, who are you beating? You're not even close. Rico, they're not losing 1-goal games.
No.
They're not tied and losing heartbreakers. They're getting axe murdered. I mean, it's a 5-2, 7-2, 4-0, 4-1. 5-3 makes you feel like they showed up.
And if the score was actually an indicator of how well or poorly they played, they would have lost by a lot more in a couple of those games. They've been playing so badly.
Horrific. Just purely horrific.
Yeah, here's the streak. 5-3, 4-0, 7-2, 4-0, 5-3, 7-3, 4-1.
Whose fault is it? We know it's everyone.
There's a 4-1 in there. It's not so bad.
Hey.
Moral victory.
But we know everyone shares blame. But who shares the most in your mind as a fan? And then it's really the other question. And it's something that has been irking me in this city the last few months. We have got to stop deifying these general managers. We have one championship in this city in 20 years. And none of the people that are here brought it to you. I like Steve Yzerman. There's nobody more qualified for the job, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you it's perfect. If they miss the playoffs amidst an all-time collapse here, you have to take criticism. You have to take the man down from the cross. He's a human being, all right? He's not a deity. It's why I think some of you just need to calm down with the Brad Holmes stuff. We all think Brad's done great. We don't have to sit there and turn into Kremlin-like sycophants. Like, if they miss the playoffs, is the bloom off the rose with Yzerman, where we can just talk about him like a GM, not like this weird deity. You know what I'm saying? Like Rico, people do it with college football coaches all the time. And I'm like, if you arrive at the stage where the person who's coaching your team can do no wrong, why do you watch sports?
Because of all the joy that person brought you.
Okay.
The titles. No. Mike, because some people in their world, Yzerman just hoisted the cup last week.
Kenny, I know it's been 6.
No, it's been a while, but the memories are so fresh to them.
I know.
And it's like the college coaches or whoever. It's like, oh, my goodness. Like, Brad Holmes, people are still high off of the game when you beat Tampa to go off to San Francisco. That happened yesterday to some Lions fans.
Let me throw the number out, 248-539-9797. I want to hear from the people on this. And, again, I'm not dying on any hill. Rico's not dying on a hill. I don't have the answers. I just know when a team stops trying or looks sloppy and disengaged on a nightly basis. 6 playoff teams have fired their coaches this year. Is it wrong to say maybe Lalonde, you push the button? You try something? I don't know. I'm asking the hockey elite. I can't switch out all the players. That much is clear. Let's go over to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Hey.
What's on your mind?
First time in a long time. So I'm 30. You know, I went to the Joe back in the day. I was, old enough to remember Stevie Y winning Stanley Cups and the whole thing. This is just unfreaking believable. I mean, Larkin, okay, you got the Islanders, you lose, tough game. Florida, you lose, another tough game. Larkin goes out, and these guys look like a peewee team playing against NHL teams. I mean, it's what happened? It's one guy goes out, and everybody just forgets how to play. This isn't basketball or something.
Right.
And so the hot seat, I think if they don't make the playoffs, Stevie's on the hot seat to – I think Lalonde's maybe more on the hot seat. Like, you got another bad year next year, and he's gone. And so that puts pressure on Stevie.
Jeremy, can I ask you a question though?
Yep.
Why is it always next year in this town?
I know, and that's where maybe I'm giving him a little more of a leash just because of his credentials so far. Sure. But I mean, if they don't make the playoffs this year, I'm not saying Stevie needs to go.
No.
But I think Lalonde, he's next year. It's you make it or you're gone. And then if they don't make it again, then Stevie I don't know.
I know, Jeremy. It's just one of these deals. And again, I understand all situations are different. When you see that 6 current playoff teams or teams within range have fired their coaches in season, I'm using an NHL standard to pose the question to you guys. I watch a lot. Rico, they don't. It's funny. Doesn't matter what sport it is. You can identify effort. Mm-hmm. You can identify intensity. You can identify a sharpness in what you're trying to do. The Wings have none of it.
No. Right now they're searching for answers, and they're hoping that somebody steps up and becomes that leader. But, Mike, I'll answer your question. Why is it always next year?
Yeah.
It's next year because if you accept that it's this year, then you have to accept the change that comes with it. And a lot of people don't want the change. They just kind of want it to work itself out so they could take a deep breath and go, okay, all right, now we're back on track now. Now we're at it. Because if not, if you actually said you got to do something this year, that means somebody's fired, somebody's gone.
Right.
Major changes happen, and no one likes change.
But it's such a fear of accountability. Like, it's funny to me, and I'm not going at the fans here. I'm just saying in general, like, the people who pay to watch this product have real accountability in their lives. Accountability that if they don't provide at work, they're out of a house. Mm-hmm. They don't provide as a father, a mother. But
sports is different.
No, but it's not. It gives you less of an excuse to not be accountable. These people are playing fantasy sports. That's what they're doing. Millionaires who use billionaires' money to buy players.
No, but it's
fantasy sports.
No, but it's an escape. It's like if you make a bad movie, okay, it was a bad movie, but you're going to be allowed to make another movie at some point.
That would absolutely explain Steven Spielberg. 248-539-9797. David, we'll get some ticket texts. Actually, you got a couple now? Go ahead.
Went to the game last night. They are the softest team in hockey. It was like watching a no-check beer league game. I cannot believe this is the Wings right now.
Yeah.
Yzerman needs to give the Lalonde the axe. He should have done it after last week's loss to the Coyotes.
For the same team who sold at the deadline and is awful and was 2-12-1 before you met him in Arizona, for that team to ace you out 8-1 over a 2-game span, that is a major red flag.
Yeah, that's what somebody actually texted in. They're 4-19 over the last 23. 2 of those victories are against you.
Like, I can't give you any stress about playing Florida and Florida beating you 4-0.
Right.
But this, come on.
Losing at Colorado.
I'll tell you now, the way Buffalo's playing. 248-539-9797. Go ahead real quick.
I don't even think it's the team. I just think this Red Wings team is lost. They're searching. They're trying to find the answer. And they're trying to do it on the fly. Doesn't sound like you're getting it from the coach.
No.
And the players, you don't have that superstar player who says, guys, I got this. Hop on my back. I'm going to lead us to the promised land. You got good players. You don't have that great player. He's not there.
All right, we'll get your calls. We'll get some ticket texts as well. Right now, a word from the Book of Psalms from Rico Beard.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And today is the last day you can walk into any Planet Fitness, $1 down, and $24.99 a month gets you access to the Planet Fitness Black Card. Why do you want that? Let's just say you like to work out, but you also travel. With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you could go to any Planet Fitness throughout the world. They have over 2,500 locations worldwide. Or if you're a person who likes to work out with a friend, with the Black Card, you get unlimited guest privileges, so you can take your friend to the gym with you, and the two of you can work on your goals. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. A lot of gyms have brand new cardio equipment, brand new strength training equipment. Plus, if you're short on time, you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. You get all of that for $10 a month. But right now, today is the last day. For $1 down, you can upgrade yourself to get the Black Card, $24.99 a month. But you got to hurry. This deal ends today.
All right, as promised, David, a couple ticket texts, and we go to the phones. Red Wings are ice cold on the ice. They're hot with us, though. The people want to talk, and they should. It's a couple notes. Lalonde's comment last night, which was, I thought, a joke. And then really, does the losing streak and the reality of missing the playoffs, does it force you to stop with this Yzerplan nonsense and this space bubble we put around him? It's not good enough. David, what do you got?
No playoffs equals no Lalonde after the season. People can hate on Torts all you want, but this team apparently needs a guy with a bad deposition to lead them.
They need something that Lalonde's not providing because they look flat as a pancake. And is Larkin's injury a part? Of course it is, but not like this. Larkin's not worth 3 goals a night. Come on.
Someone's saying, I wonder if you think this is a good example here. The Red Wings right now are what the Philadelphia Eagles were in football this past season. We don't know what happened in that locker room.
You know what?
But the collapse is there.
That's a pretty good call. All of a sudden they just forgot how to win. They couldn't get out of their own way. They just limped to the goal line and just finally said, forget it, we're done.
If they lose tomorrow, Newsy should be shipped out immediately after the game. Okay. Someone else says the Wings look worse these last 7 games than even the Pistons looked during the 28-game losing streak. They look like Michigan basketball right now. Lalonde sucks.
Okay, then. And by the way, Michigan basketball fired Juwan Howard today. I wonder if Wojo thinks it's still complicated.
Yeah, wait, never mind.
That's right.
Jason in Heartland says,
working today?
No.
Oh.
He doesn't work here anymore.
He's
I'm convinced Wojo is like a Chat GPT creation because the real Wojo doesn't work here.
That's fair.
All 7 of the Wings' losses have been in regulation, too. I wish we could have gotten at least a few points from an overtime.
That's what I was saying with Rico a few moments ago. David, it's not like they're getting some bad puck luck and they're playing these 2-2, 3-3 games into overtime, losing shootouts. That's different. These are games that you're going to Netflix by the second period mostly. Now, last night notwithstanding, they had every opportunity. And just, I don't know what I'm watching. Let's go to the people. See
You
what they
think
got.
Arizona at home, you can get it done? Yeah.
Yeah, after they kicked your ass at their high school ice rink.
Right,
Yeah.
one of those. Yeah, you know what? This is it all ends here, but it didn't.
Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really good. How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Listen, I kind of watched the entire season, and this year's particular team takes everything from their captain. Every time they had adversity, he's the one that sparked the team. All those come from behind wins were right there because Larkin did something that got his teammates going. And I think a majority of these losses are because he's out. I know the 2 games he was there, but that's just 2 losses. They coincidentally are after the ones that follow that I'm worried about. And I think it's due to the Larkin's disappearance on the ice for the injury.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, all right, but Mark, let's go to the bigger thing, right? Because I'm not going to, the Larkin thing, I know, it matters. It does. I'd be lying to you if I said it didn't. Yzerman, they missed the playoffs. Does it change your view of him?
Yzerman, absolutely. The coach, I think, like you guys, if they don't win in the next 2 games, they need to fire him. It's a desperate effort to shake up the team.
I mean, I guess, but doing things out of desperation,
if
Kenny.
they don't win the next 2, they're not going to make the playoffs. I mean, they're still not going to make it if they win the next 2. There's no guarantee. But if they, want to put, we can't cross the line in the desert, you give this guy 2 more games to get this team in the right direction, or you got to get one of the assistants to take over. Or hell, even put Yzerman on the damn bench. I don't care, but you got to get rid of him.
If you've reached that level, you know this thing hasn't worked out well.
I think there is a compromise to be made, though, because if the Wings, if they lose the next 2 games, but they look like, they're right in it, they're matching up well, they're not getting beat to loose pucks, they're not leaving passing lanes open, maybe they push a game to overtime. If they're in both games and they don't look like absolute crap, then I'm not firing Derek Lalonde. But if they look the way that they've looked in the past 7, where there's just no try, no effort, I get closer and closer to saying, yeah, maybe Lalonde needs to go.
Well, it's funny, Kenny, because I keep thinking back to what the ticket texter said. What do you think broke this team? Like, the Eagles were broken. They went into the Niner game, and after that, they were never the same for the rest of the season. What happened to break this team?
I think it begins with the Larkin injury, there's something going on there that can't be the only thing. Teams sustain injuries all the time in every sport, and you don't see locker rooms just completely shattering and giving up. Larkin, I'm sure, was a great motivational factor, but to that extent, there's got to be something either behind the scenes or it's simply just a Derek Lalonde problem.
I mean, not making a trade at the deadline, could that have killed the locker room? I'm asking. Don't kill me.
No, because I know it's Eiserman, but relax. Like, okay, this all started when they lost to the Islanders. So I was like, okay, but they just lost 5-3. No shame. Like, okay. And then, you play Florida, you play Colorado. Okay, good teams.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, did something happen that just broke this team?
It might have been Larkin. I think it's a behind-the-scenes thing because I don't think, not buying at a trade deadline is going to be like, well, I guess we're giving up. I think comments by, like, Derek Lalonde's comments are way more damaging, saying, well, nobody gave us a shot and we gave it our best try or whatever he said.
Yeah, that's
8%.
one. If I'm Eiserman, you get a finger. Hey, come here.
Yeah, don't say things like that. What are you doing, man?
No, Eiserman, the minute Lalonde opened his mouth, it should have been like the Pink Panther.
Mm-mm.
Come over here. Mortal Kombat.
Let me
come over here.
No. Yeah. Let me talk to you for a minute. Come on. Let me holler at you. Come on. In my office, please.
Eiserman just walks right in front of the cameras. We're not doing this.
What did you just say to the media? Repeat that to me.
Like Christmas Story?
Yeah.
Where did you hear that word? Probably his father. Let's go to Guy, 97.1. Guy, what's going on, bud?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. What's up?
So I can't stand Derek Lalonde. This man irks my soul. You know how I feel about him? Exactly how you felt about Tony Stubblefield in one of your rants.
Oh.
That is the level of frustration I have against him. To think that I wanted John Tortorella this whole time, because there's a difference of the man. Last week, John Tortorella got kicked out of a 4-0 game that his team was losing, and he refused to leave the ice. And then after a game when Larkin's dead corpse was on the ice against Ottawa, he goes ahead and says, well, the Perron suspension seemed fair. It's just two different ideals of the man. I can't stand this guy.
Listen, so Guy, when I brought it up that 6 teams that are in the playoff conversation or in playoff spots have fired their coach in season, am I crazy for at least saying, do you try this? Like, does anyone believe, is Lalonde going to be your guy when you're ready to win a Stanley Cup?
I would 100% do it. And you know what? The coach who led the Blues to the Stanley Cup against Boston, Craig Berube, guess who's available? I'm just saying it's a direction in which we know that there's people who are available who have gotten it done. I know the Blues were a better team. They had a stronger core and everything like that, but I know it can be done. I mean, hell, Minnesota just pulled a goalie in overtime just to win a game, and that was with a backup coach. There's something just needs to be done. I can't stand this, man. I wish when we blew a game against San Jose leading 4-0 and everybody was all happy-go-lucky, with that win or with that loss streak, I wanted him fired. And then, things kind of righted the ship a little bit, but I just can't stand him.
I'm not here to argue it. I just wonder if it's a desperation play with 17 games to go.
See, that's what it feels like to me.
Okay. You've lost 7 in a row in non-competitive fashion. It's slipping away. It has slipped away. You're currently not in the playoffs.
So what's the magic number?
I think if they lost,
10?
Let's say they look bad against Buffalo this weekend. Do you pull the trigger?
That's what I'm saying. Is there a magic number? We lose 10 in a row. That's it. You're done.
I'm past the magic number. The night they lost Arizona in the high school stadium, I go, oh my God, this is free fall. We're at 7 now. The idea that Arizona came here and just did it to them.
So glad I didn't go to that game.
Oh boy,
I would have got blamed.
Oh boy, David.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Nothing. I'm just
I got people to go to. I just want to make sure, if you wanted to.
I don't want
chime
to
in.
get yelled at by Kenny, so.
No, say it while
Kenny's on the phone.
He's screening a call. He can't hear you.
He sure can't. Now he can hear me. I just want more blame on Yzerman, okay? I just do. I was worried that they didn't make a deal, and it was going to be after the Arizona loss. Everyone said, if they lose to Arizona, then we can panic. Well, that was after the trade deadline.
The timing of the deadline was suboptimal.
I really didn't like it, and I
Okay.
wanted a move to make me happy. I
But
know
we go back
it's not about me.
We go back to Father Kenny on this in saying what was the move that would have avoided this.
Overpaying for a rental that would have left at the end of the season.
And
sacrificing draft capital just to set it on fire is not a solution.
And may I offer something, David? It's not one thing. It's not one player. It's not one position group. The whole thing is rotten. Top down.
And that to me is on Yzerman when we only have 2 of your draft picks on the roster currently.
Kenny, what do you make of that developing talking point?
I think
This is great. I feel like it's 60 minutes and I get to interview Kenny or moderate a debate. I'm Maury Safer.
No, I think it's a valid point to an extent, but I mean, when the thing that I can't defend with Steve Yzerman is when he says things like, "We have faith in our system, in our depth, in our players in Grand Rapids." Where are they then? Right. No, I get that, and I know that there's a couple NHL ready players down there that, I mean, barring the Edvinsson injury, he's at the top of my list of guys who should be here right now, and he could have been here before he was injured, like I had suggested. That I put on Steve Yzerman. But on the other side of that, David, he built a team that was firmly in the playoffs, about to be in a divisional race, and then the Larkin injury happens, and then this team, that part I'm putting on Derek Lalonde, because it was just a downward spiral of nothingness for the last 7 games, and I think Steve Yzerman built up a good enough roster to get to that Atlantic race, and then something happened behind the scenes, whether it was the Larkin thing, like I said, and then it just started to spiral.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Kenny's I'll at least say one of you back there is professional.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It wasn't directed at you. Kenny right now is maintaining his temper. He's maintaining his emotions. We're okay.
Yeah, he told me don't mess with him today.
Kenny could easily be acting like Juwan Howard right now, but he's not doing that.
No.
I'm going to smack the...
No.
I'll kill you.
Wait. Which Juwan? The current Juwan or the... Yeah, because this new Juwan is just Mr. Pacifist and everything is happy.
Oh, he's gone. Be pacifist somewhere else.
You're welcome, Illinois.
Pacifist Malibu.
You're welcome.
Hey, depending on what Juwan you're asking about, I could ask you, what do you want? Kenny to be unemployed like the real Juwan? Rico going right for it. All right. Northville Lumber. Let's talk about it. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. They got it in stock. They got it on site. Buy it, build it, and enjoy it. Day like today, don't tell me it's not a day to sit on the deck. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do to beat the spring rush, call Northville Lumber today or simply check out the website, northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, David, before we get back to the Hockey Elite, somebody asked Izzo the question we made at a listener at the press conference today.
Wasn't a listener. Sean Windsor.
He listens to the show.
He does.
I think.
Can't
confirm.
He asked Izzo today about people wanting him to wear a suit.
Oh! He is a 500 coach since he went to the leisure wear.
Also, it could be because he doesn't have a big man. But
just go with my angle. It's way more fun.
Izzo said, quote, "What I say to them, do they want to wear suits and ties and tuxedos and long gowns to the game? Ask that question."
No.
He then followed up and said, "That was the worst question I've ever heard after a tough loss."
I will say, asking him after they were eliminated from the Big Ten tournament, no, that's not the time.
You're probably right. Yeah.
A fun radio bit, though? Yes, it is.
A 3 or 4 point loss? Yeah, because now you're thinking of all this different stuff. Wait, you're really asking me? Is because
look
I
at
didn't wear a
Izzo's
suit?
record before he stopped wearing a suit and look at it after. The evidence is right there.
How about I meet you halfway? Put on a suit and go recruit a big man.
Done and done.
All right.
Sleeveless tuxedo and a big man. Let's get to the people. I can't believe that question was actually asked.
Me neither.
Did you see the question last night to Providence's coach?
Yes. About
the
that
girls
about Black
think
Twitter.
you're attractive or whatever. What's your marital status?
What's your marital status? Are you single?
Who are we credentialing? You want to know why I don't bother with this crap? You're hearing it right now.
And he literally was, I give him credit, was like, what?
This has become Super Bowl media day.
Well, you know what I blame is the gatekeepers. That's when you just go, you know what? Give me the mic. Give me your credential. Get the hell out.
Step away. Let's go.
Just get out. You're done. They want to know your marital status. Like, Texas?
$.
Right. No, I did. I saw that as well. Because I often, when I got to leave, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll give you $20 if you ask this question. That was one that I probably should have. I would have lost money because I didn't think anybody would ask that. All right, let's get back to the Red Wings.
Golly, Miss Molly. All right, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
I got to tell you, I wish it was a happier Friday. This Red Wings team is just woof.
Oh, I know. I know the Lalonde comments were awful, but what is also awful, in my opinion, is starting Alex DeBrincat on the third line. There's no playmakers to get him the puck. He's a finisher. He's not going to – I don't know. He's not going to, create plays. He's going to finish plays. And you're starting him on the third line with, honestly, no playmakers. And, if these centers are not doing it, call up someone from Grand Rapids. Iceman has talked about Grand Rapids. Marco Kasper, I know you're not a big fan of the tryhard guy, but he is the ultimate tryhard guy.
Don't take it. Don't take it that way, please. No, Mike, I'll call up anybody at this point. The Grand Rapids thing and the system thing, it's just starting to feel like they're running cover for themselves because it's not even real. There's only 2 guys that play.
Oh, I know, but again, they run this dump and chase, and it seems like none of these guys are putting good pressure on it. And at least one guy, if you call up one guy and threaten these guys to get Wally pipped, with Marco Kasper, you can do stuff. And maybe he provides a spark, and maybe when you get Dylan Larkin back, if he's not playing well, just send him down to Grand Rapids. I mean, what's the worst thing in trying, And that's what frustrates me.
That's what we're asking for is what do you do with 17 games to go? And I understand a guy on the radio who admittedly doesn't love hockey the way he used to saying, do we fire the coach? May not seem like the most nuanced take. But, Mike, we're all searching. I'm not mad at your suggestion. And after Lalonde said what he said last night, that's not a message I want in my room. That's not a message I want to tell the guys, hey, you know what, fellas? Nobody thought much at the beginning of the season. So the fact that you're bleeping down your leg now, who wants pizza?
Oh, I know. And at least if you get Marco Kasper up there, it brings some energy. It brings a guy who wants to play. I'm just frustrated beyond belief.
I know. And I thought we were all going to have a good time. Playoff run, be able to get Kenny down there, ringing the bell, the whole bit. And, 7 games in a row. They're not close in any of them. It's a total grease fire. You fired a coach? You call up some kids, Kenny? I mean, obviously you can't call up Edvinson now. He's hurt. I don't know the answer.
All of these suggestions are in play. None of those are stupid ideas.
But are they?
I inch closer to the Lalone thing with each passing game where they just don't look like they're trying.
So Rico asked me while you were screening calls, Mike, what's your number? I said, we're already past the number. I said, if they get dump trucked by Buffalo this weekend, he's gone. My world.
I get closer to it every game.
I'm saying if they lose,
I'm saying like it's the
this
magical
weekend.
number 10, 10 in a row.
The
That's
magical number might be one or two more for me. Honestly,
It
I'm
can't
that
look
close.
this way.
So
it
9.
can't look this. I mean, losing is one thing. I understand losing, but not trying. That's deeper than just losing. That's deeper than just what's your plus minus. It's deeper than stats and numbers.
It's who you play and how you play. Exactly. And it doesn't matter what sport it is. There's no conversation about Lalonde losing 7 in a row, but let's say they lost 4 of them in overtime. You go, wow, this is the most gut-wrenching streak of hockey you'll ever see. Rico, they can't even get into the second period before you're watching reruns of Murder, She Wrote. It's unbelievable.
It's Matlock, okay?
Look, I just know you were a big Jessica Lansbury fan. We'll get back to your
Little Columbo.
Peter Falk, excellent.
Hey, one more question, please.
Just a minute. FanDuel putting the ball in the basket. NBA, college, you can bet on it all March. It is Hoops Month. $200 in bonus bets and a winning $5 wager. Because right now, new customers get those bonus bets with any $5 wager. The $200, it's there for you. Live SGPs, player props, whatever it is. Just bet the 5, win, get your money, get your credits. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make your first bet a layup. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. People, we will get back to your phone calls in a moment, but it brings me great pleasure to introduce our next guest, Frankie Avalon. Now, to bring in the creator of Limp Bleep City.
Oh.
It is time for sports. By the numbers.
Woo!
And I'm going to start 7. What does the number 7 mean?
I don't like the way this started. Can we start with a different number
What does
for
the
the
number
numbers?
7 mean?
Slices of pizza Kenny had for lunch.
No.
7.
The amount of times the Red Wings have allowed 4 more goals in a 7-game losing streak.
That is correct. Hey, how about 0? What does the number 0 mean this week in sports? Oh, wait. Jobs Juwan Howard has. Roberto?
Yes.
Frankie Avalon.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I got some numbers I'm going to throw your way, and you guys got to tell me, what the hell am I talking about that happened this week in sports?
Yes.
Here we go. First one. Number 32 of all time. Number 32 of all time.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Kenny?
Is this my sport?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Here's my question. Would this be like an NBA scoring thing? Come on, shoe polish beard.
Do I have to tell you? Yes, you would be correct.
No, so at least we are. We
Okay.
know somewhere where we're going.
So LeBron? No.
No.
30. You said 32 of all
That'd
time?
be the hair follicles on the
Right.
top of his head.
Steph Curry?
David?
Yeah, I have a great guess here. It is DeMar DeRozan is now 32nd all-time in the NBA in scoring, I believe.
That is correct. Beating Adrian Dantley.
That is a team effort. That was a going-to-work Pistons effort.
Check his screen, Ken.
Breaking news. It was not a team effort. Roberto, turn your computer. I can see your entire screen.
Oh, come on. Fire him, Mike. Fire him.
Unbelievable. And during Lent, no less.
Come on. I know, look how big
But
it
I
is.
told you about it.
Right.
I told you about
Can
it.
you imagine?
Yeah. You're pretty much asking
This
for
guy
it.
gives me flack for enjoying red meat. This guy's cheating in a quality radio game.
I just wanted to tell you now, so I don't,
Let's continue.
Roberto's the type of player you like playing cards with, and he sits in front of the TV so you can see his cards.
What do I do with these picture cards?
See my glasses?
Right.
All right, next.
All right, here we go. 2 days. 2 days.
The amount of time that Michigan hired a firm to find out that Juwan's a bum.
Close, but no.
Okay.
The amount of times that the length of time MSU was in the Big Ten tournament.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. He said close, so I was like, okay.
Kenny Cott.
The amount of days Derek Lalone will be employed.
I don't think we're doing prospective sports by the numbers. David, without cheating this time.
Look at me. I'm struggling here. I am not cheating. 2 days?
I'll give you another hint. 2-day window.
The tampering window for the NFL?
That is correct.
Maybe David should just play the
That
rest.
was easy, though. That was kind of easy.
Oh, come on.
Once you said,
What's the matter with
yeah,
Wait, what does that have to do with Michigan and Juwan Howard?
it doesn't.
He said it was close.
Oh, he did say that. He said close.
I
with
did?
my guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I was like, well, State being in the Big Ten. No, I have no idea what the answer to that question is.
Next.
Have you seen my beard?
Regal.
All right, here we go. 70 and 92. 70 and 92.
That's not Juwan Howard's record at Michigan, is it?
No.
Sorry, I'm trying to do math here. You're right. He wasn't there long enough.
Same sport.
Yeah, close. It's
I mean,
actually
yes.
discus.
Same sport.
College hoops, 70 and 92. Talk to me, somebody.
Another clue.
Yeah.
5 seasons.
70 and 92 college hoops.
Right, 162 games over a 5-year span. That's why I thought it would be Juwan, but Juwan wasn't here for 5 years.
All right, I really don't want to say this because I think I'm right, and it will sound like I'm cheating on everything.
No, this is your day.
Jerry Stackhouse record at Vanderbilt.
That is correct. And he is
Holy
fine.
hell.
I forgot.
Man,
I'm not cheating. It's just the first one.
I'm waiting for David to just start saying, I am truly anointed. My goodness.
David giving out Powerball numbers.
Jeez. Oh.
Don't say that around here, Rico. They might want some numbers soon.
Powerball numbers at 4.
Damn. All right. Next.
Okay.
Let David play.
10 at 23. 10 at 23.
That sounds like contract terms.
Right, but who would sign that kind of a deal?
Right, what is that?
What is that, like the deal Magic Johnson signed in 1980? Like what?
10 at 23.
It's the anniversary.
Yeah. What?
Okay, here's a hint.
Yes, please.
23 represents years old. 23 years old.
10 at 23. Rico, I am miffed. Guys, any
I see
support?
here, it's something that Adrian Wojnarowski is reporting this week.
No, you said 23 years old, so that takes Wemby out of my mind. I was thinking something for Wemby, but he's not 23.
It is NBA.
10 at 23.
Kenny's quit. He's out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Another hint?
Yes.
10 days at 23 years old.
Is it Anthony Edwards related?
Somebody is going to play and is offered a 10-day contract.
At 23 years old.
Yes.
What?
Whoa. This is going to have to be what? Someone local that we're supposed to know?
No.
All right. Rico?
I don't know.
Kenny's just playing with his beard, so forget it. There's no help from him.
Per ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, the Sixers will sign 23-year-old former Charlotte Hornets center Kai Jones to a 10-day contract on Friday. Whether or not that has happened yet today, I don't know. But that was the rumor.
Why are you looking at me with disgust? It wasn't my thing. Don't look at me that way.
It's your friend.
Oh. It's your friend.
Okay, I'm not sure that one. We could be here for an hour and I wouldn't have got that.
Right.
Let's try again.
Here we go.
Got any Korean baseball fast facts for anybody? Oh my God.
That was NBA. What was
Korea,
crazy?
by the numbers.
You know how many people are in the NBA?
10-day deals? We don't pay attention to 10-day deals.
I'm like,
if it was local, like, oh, well, you know, okay.
I'm like racking my brain. I'm like,
Like, did Antoine Davis get a 10-day?
Keto Benson back in the league?
It was a legit headline.
Raleigh Marshall? Like, what?
Here's another one.
Wow.
56% on 17. 56% on 17.
56% on 17. What? David, you're the one who's good at it this week.
56%. What sport?
It's got to be hoops.
No.
Could be football.
56% on 17? David.
56% on 17 and it's not basketball?
17 would represent almost being done with the game.
Is this golf? 56% on hole 17. I don't know.
That's not even a...
I don't know because
Kenny,
think about it. Game's almost over. 18th hole is the last hole in golf. 17. I've been watching a lot of golf with Evan.
It's not called a game. It's a round.
Roberto, am I right?
He is right. The Players' Championship is underway at TPC Sawgrass, which features the iconic 17th hole. On an average day, 56% of amateur golfers hit their ball into the water surrounding the 17th hole.
Okay, that's a really cool stat. Wow. I don't know how you thought we were getting to that.
I think I deserve
we do.
I think I deserve a ton of credit for that.
I'm going to say, I'm going to say Kenny got that right, even though he didn't get it right. He got it right because
close, very close.
You, sir, are an MF.
What do you think we do? Like 3. I don't know. The amount of times.
Rico, it's simple. He's an MF, and that doesn't stand for my friend.
Maybe we should have Evan look through these before he brings them in here. A little bit of quality control.
Evan,
Can you imagine playing Pictionary with this guy?
Wow, we don't get everyone right. Wow.
Hey, Sistine Chapel. Go!
16th Chapel.
Listen, I love the game because it makes you think. Roberto, you got to dial down the difficulty here.
Come on. All right.
All these NFL contracts this week, and he didn't use one of them.
David,
too easy.
Instead of going 2 at 49, Daniil Hunter, he goes,
you would know that.
2 at 23.
10 at 23.
Oh, what's that? Oh, the homeless man returned his pop bottles and he had 23 of them.
You know, the guy who got the 10-day contract.
5 iron.
Axel Foley.
Get out. I mean, my God. And that is sports. By the numbers. You got it. All right, America's favorite place to watch basketball, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest games, best viewing experience. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the screen at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Juwan Howard is out at Michigan basketball after 5 seasons in Ann Arbor. The ex-Fab Five member made the Elite Eight and Sweet 16 within his first 3 seasons on the job, but the Wolverines going just 8-24 this season. That's the most losses in a single season in program history. Meantime, Michigan State loses a thriller in the quarterfinals of the Big Ten tournament, 67-62 the final. They lose to top-seeded Purdue. Tyson Walker had 15 to lead the way. Next up for the Spartans, Selection Sunday this weekend. Pistons playing some of their best basketball of the season right now. They've won 3 out of 4 games. They're taking on the Miami Heat tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Forward Isaiah Stewart was asked about this momentum that Detroit has got on this homestand. Pistons are dealing with a handful of injuries before tonight. Cade Cunningham questionable. He's managing his knee injury. Asar Thompson, Quentin Grimes both out. Tip-off against Miami at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. And 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, future Hall of Famer, Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald, retiring from the NFL. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. You missed anything? Odyssey.com. Rewind. The Juwan news is what it is. I could give you a list of coaches I'd try to hire, but I don't think anyone cares. If you care that Juwan got fired, we'll talk about it. It just seemed very easy to anyone with a brain, like it wasn't working.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to go with this, though. If they're going to go cheap, if they're going to really try to.
I don't even view it financially. What Michigan needs, the best basketball they've had that didn't involve money in birthday cakes in the last 50 years was John Beilein. What did Beilein do? Coach basketball. No sizzle, no nonsense. Find players, develop players, go. Look, the NIL thing's going to make it tricky.
No, because here's the thing. You're right. Juwan didn't have any head coaching experience. Where Beilein literally said, I'm going to take any head coaching job until I can work my way up to a Power 5 school.
Right.
So he knew situations. He knew how to coach teams.
The guy I would call is Josh Schertz, Indiana State head coach. He follows that Beilein pattern. He was a star at D2. I think he won national championships. In 2 years, he's turned Indiana State, which is a pit. You ever been to Terre Haute? Absolute pit. And he's turned them into a mid-major nobody wants to face. They play a 5-out. He's found players. You call somebody like that.
I got a name for you.
Let me hear it.
What about Fred Hoiberg?
Love it.
AD's leaving.
I think Hoiberg
You're
was
stuck in Nebraska.
Terrible NBA coach, really good college coach.
They don't care about hoops there. And you're actually winning right now.
If Izzo stepped down at the end of the year, I'd call Hoiberg.
Hoiberg and Chris Collins would be your first two.
I would not call Chris Collins.
I would call Chris Collins.
Oh, I know, because you like playing games in the 30s. I can't. Let's not go there.
You know what?
I know.
It's just mean.
It is. It was meant to be. 248-539-97.
Just going. Go get that young coach. Go get Drew Valentine.
Oh, yeah, who got aced out in the A-10 quarters?
In overtime.
Bum. Let's go to Nick, 97.1.
You act like he got they lost in overtime, Mike. So did a lot of people. Signed Duke and Tennessee.
Nick, how are you?
Hey, good, Mike. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
You know, I really got to go back to the Lalone thing. I think I normally would agree with Kenny on giving him another couple of games, but I feel like I'm watching the same thing we watched last year where they were in the playoffs for all of 3 seconds. And right after that, most critical part of the season, it's the downfall again.
Yeah, and the effort isn't there. So is that where you're leaning? He takes most of the blame? We should talk about maybe a desperate move to get him out?
Yeah, I feel like going back to the Stevie Y thing, like I'm too young to really go back and understand all the praise for it. Like obviously he was the captain for so many years, but I don't really remember that. And it kind of goes back to like a larger problem I see with the GMs of the city where it seems like none of them want to take accountability. The only one that has any room to stand on is really Holmes. And I feel like the Lions were a year ahead last year. So I feel like if they take a step back this year, then I feel like things have got to turn around for Holmes as well. It's just frustrating. It just seems like it's every team in this city has the same issue.
Yeah, and look, if they can get hot again, and this topic seems silly in 7 to 10 days, but in the here and now, last night's one of the first times you've been able to get to a third period and watch it, and they were empty. They just had nothing. and they're not even close in these games. And look, I understand Florida beat you 4-0. I can't be mad. But some of these other games, Nick, I'm with you. I think Lalonde's comment, which I'll play for the people here momentarily. Yeah, Kenny, go ahead.
So this team is basically, we've seen this team this year go through the ups and downs. They were streaky, and then they would lose a bunch of games, and then they got hot again, red hot, and then they'd lose some more. And when they went down and lost, it didn't feel like, man, this is the end of the world. It just felt like it's a slump. They'll get out of it, but it's a slump. This feels a lot different than the other 2 or 3 times this team has gone down because there's a distinct lack of effort. That it didn't feel that way the other times, which is what concerns me the most.
Here's the Lalonde comment from last night that I don't care what sport you like. You can't say this in a 7-game losing streak. Yikes. The old, well, if I told you we'd be here. No, because that lacks any context. You've lost 7 in a row by getting bodied on a nightly basis. You can't say that. And Yzerman's the ultimate competitor. You can't say that.
Mm-hmm. That's a frustrated coach. He has no answers.
If you would have told Lions fans that they were going to be a half away from the Super Bowl, does that loss hurt any less? No. It hurts the same amount because it sucked.
Very well said. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
I got a couple things for you. First off, can we stop calling him Newsy? Trevor on Bally, man, that I don't know why that bothers me, but Newsy, Lalonde, Newsy. Anyways, Mike, I agree with you 100%. I've been saying this since December. This guy can't motivate a kindergarten class. He's always like, we're playing above expectation. We shouldn't be, we don't belong here, blah, blah, blah. Everything that he says, this last interview is just icing on the cake. He's got to go. And then, he keeps running out Sherratt and Petrie every night. Those guys, -2, -3. I think they were on ice. They were on the ice for all 4, including the disallowed 5th goal the other night. They gotta start doing something.
If they miss the playoffs, how does it change your view of Stevie in the Yzer plan?
I have been a big supporter of the Yzer plan up until recently. My friends will tell you the exact same thing because they haven't been. You gotta change. You gotta change up something. I mean, Yzerman, he keeps going off the board with these drafts. He's drafting these two-way guys. It's great and all, but we got to get somebody who can put the puck in the net around here. Somebody who can put some points up on the board. I know Larkin's a point per game player, but we're missing that McKinnon. I know we've had bad draft luck and everything, but who's that guy from that scored a couple goals on us the other night that was drafted last year? He's 18 years old. It's like these guys, these other teams are bringing their players up. They're playing well, and we just leave them to rot in Grand Rapids. I mean,
yeah, or they're not good enough. Or here's the other thing, and this is where it was a hard summer because people got mad at me, and I'm like, you're right. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know everything about JT Compher. The bottom line is when you sign a bunch of those guys, you're taking up roster spots, and those guys still are. They're solid NHL pros. They are. But you can't win anything of substance with a team of those guys. And there's just not enough special here. I mean, thank God he got DeBrincat and Patrick Kane rose from the dead. What? Otherwise, how much special is here? There's not.
You need a superstar. You're not going to win with role players. You're not going to win with, depth, that type of thing. You need somebody to lead this team, especially right now, out of this 7-game funk and say, we got to start winning again. It's not over for us, but I don't know if you have that person on the roster.
Well, we need someone that can absolutely score goals. Everyone went crazy over DeBrincat earlier in the year, and he's been wonderful for us. But he only has 23 goals on the season.
Right.
We need 40.
Right, well, and again, I'm not going to argue it. I didn't bring him here to end the season with 29 goals.
Correct.
I brought him here to be a 40-goal scorer. I understand it, and I'll tell you, needs to be better. And if he catches fire in the last 17 games, no one's going to complain if DeBrincat's first season ends with 34 goals.
But
there's a long way to go to get there. But you need multiples of that guy.
But that's what I'm saying. And it's fine to have him, but if Yzerman realizes he can't be the guy to do it, then go find me that guy.
But here's my issue, and you see it with a lot of GMs in sports, but in this town, seemingly, they're averse to dealing prospects and picks. Not Brad Holmes. Holmes just dealt the third to get a player he believes in. Yzerman won't do it. And I get scolded anytime I've brought it up. You don't know. Let Steve cook. What do you think you know more than he? It's the Yzer plant. Hey, fine. Fill up your bathtub with those talking points. What I'm saying to you is there's a cost to not doing things. And it's that, okay, the deadline, the timing was unfortunate. But guys, they lost twice to Arizona in a matter of a week. You know, what player was at the deadline? I don't know. But last summer, I'll bet you there was more they could do. They didn't do it. I don't know what the answer is, but I do agree with people like Kenny and our callers. You can't run out the same lineup every
and that's just
night.
it. Because they didn't make the big splash in the offseason, you thought, okay, well, maybe the young guys will be ready. You can bring them up from Grand Rapids. We'll finally get to see them. You're not getting that either. You're just really, I don't know what you're getting. And I don't think your coach knows what he's getting, because that comment just sounded as if he's frustrated and he's saying, guys, you should just be happy we're in the spot that we're in right now. Seriously. None of you thought we were even going to be here. So, let's look at the glass as half full instead of realizing, well, you've just lost 7 in a row, especially 2 to Arizona, team that you shouldn't have lost to either time. They beat you 8-1.
You know what that tells me is he had that comment locked and loaded in his brain at the very beginning of the season. So if things went downhill, he could always just say, well, we didn't expect to be here, so that's that.
That's loser talk.
Exactly.
That's loser talk. And I'll apply it to any of my teams if you want to come at me like, oh, how can you say that? Go ahead. Have the Celts lose 7 in a row and have Joe Mazzulla come out and go, well, nobody expected us to win 60 this year. You were 54-14. Don't say that.
I don't know if he had it since the beginning of the season, but I think, Kenny, it's something that since the 7-game losing streak, that's where he's been.
All right. In an instant, an auto accident could put you in the worst financial position of your life. You got to hire the right lawyer who will make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminini and his team, they've been making insurance companies pay for over 30 years. They can help you with your case. David is ready to speak with you personally right now. Call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or go online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to more of your calls on it. There's also an interesting trade that has gone down in the NFL. Let me just bring it quickly, and then we'll get more of the wing stuff. Rico, Minnesota, we've wondered, what the hell are you doing? All their money's been on defense. Yeah, they grabbed Aaron Jones, but okay. No quarterback. They're sitting at pick 11. Broncos are at 12. Today they made a deal with the Houston Texans to go out and get pick 23 in the draft, giving up a 2 and then a 2 next year and a 6.
Right.
And now it's everywhere. It's like the worst kept secret in the world. And you know what the article has a picture of? J.J. McCarthy. We talked about how J.J. is rising up the ladder to the point that if the Giants took him at 6, do I think it would work? No. Would I do it? Absolutely. We don't have a quarterback. The Vikings are going to trade pick 11 and pick 23 and buy the draft chart. That's enough for them to move inside the top 3 if they wanted without giving up a first next year. So the reason I say it is the NFC North is going to be potentially terrifying because the Lions are a heavyweight. I think the Packers are a heavyweight.
Wait, but they can move into the top 3. That means Drake May's still on the table.
But apparently they love JJ.
Oh.
My point is this. Whether you're a Michigan fan, it's intriguing. He could be in the division. And they know they have to move up because the Broncos will. Sean Payton wants JJ at 12. Think about what this could be next year. It could be Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, and J.J. McCarthy. In a division that will feature a Bears team loaded to the gills with money and picks, and allegedly, I know you and I are very similar. I like Caleb. I don't get the generational talent thing.
Imagine if you took all that talent and like put Justin Fields at quarterback.
Yeah. And then, but if you're a Lions fan, I think the foreshadowing on this is you're going to be, maybe you're the best team in the division next few years. Maybe not. No one knows. This could be the best division in football. This is shaping up a lot like the NFC North did, or the AFC North did a few years ago. Ravens got Lamar and what we thought the Browns were doing with Deshaun, that the Steelers drafted a guy, the Bengals got Burrow. That division's a nightmare every year. I think that's what the North is shaping up to be. So the Vikings are on the move. They're
Shaping
getting a
up.
quarterback.
Yeah, but I'm still the rookie.
Basically, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you ain't going to see Sam Darnold twice next year.
Right. Well, rookie quarterback. Still.
Dead person or rookie QB? What would you rather have?
Sam Darnold was pretty good.
Stop it right.
Did you see him in that Rams game in week 8? Okay.
Rico.
He was auditioning.
You damn well know better. Come on. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the callers.
Firing Lalone is a legit question, but it's Yzerman's fault for this roster that has no flexibility at center, on the defense, or in the net. It is on Stevie.
Kenny, how much do you put into that? That on one hand, he signed the depth. You know, we're getting the Andrew Kopps of the world. We're getting the JT Compers of the world. And on the flip side, there's not a lot of flexibility. We have these guys. They're signed. And clearly the guys at Grand Rapids aren't better, right?
Right. Well, for the most part. But oftentimes teams that are on the playoff bubble, like the Red Wings are, oftentimes teams built like the Red Wings are, who you think probably are a playoff team, but it's only probably, right? So they often lack flexibility. That's what happens with most teams in our position. This is not a unique to the Red Wings.
So how do we fix it?
Well, this offseason is going to fix a lot of it. But for this year, I pray that Edvinson gets healthy so we can call him up. Because that's my quick fix. Unless you want to fire Derek Lalonde, which,
no,
again,
I
we're
offered
close.
it. Kenny, the radio host in me heard the comment. It's easy to say on the air, I'd fire him. I can't say from an X's and O's standpoint whether that's the right move. I know the way the team looks. From an effort standpoint, a lack of grit, a lack of fight. They're just not there. I put that on the coach. And I asked you, how many playoff teams have fired their coach in season?
Yeah.
This year.
It's like 6 or 7. Yeah.
6. Who the hell's this guy?
It seems like the Red Wings only play well in transition and in the offensive zone because it feels like when they're in their own zone, they get hemmed in very quickly. There's no effort to get to the loose puck. There's no effort to cover the open man. It gets very, very ugly very quick.
Then the bottom line is this. If they're not as good as the 5-game win streak or the 16-4-2 run they had, and they're not as bad as the 7, you know what they really are? They're mediocre. And in year 5 of the Yzer plan, where people have been willing to lay down on train tracks to defend it, I don't think that's good enough. You know, look, David's not going to be mistaken for Ray Ferraro anytime soon, but David makes a good point. You know, when you break this down and you need someone to score, who do they have that's a true high-level goal scorer besides DeBrincat?
They have Dylan Larkin, who they don't have right now.
Right, but my point is you have two.
Yeah.
2 people.
Patrick Kane could eventually get back there. Oh,
Right.
that's yet to be
Why are
seen.
you selling conference short, man?
Let me give you this text, Kenny. It comes up a lot. Okay. The problem. The problem.
I wanted to lighten the mood. I'm sorry.
The problem is Larkin. The whole organization thinks he's this guy, and he's really not special. The problem is he's not going to be that guy. He should not be the rock that you build your team around. Yzerman needs to dump him, put the C on Kane.
You've
First of
upset
all, we
Kenny
don't know.
now.
We don't know if Kane is sticking around. He's not here long term, so that's a dumb idea. Second of all, I'm not saying this losing streak is caused by Larkin not being here, but man, this team looks a hell of a lot different when he's not on the ice. So stop it. He's their emotional leader. He's the emotional rock in that locker room. And if you can't tell by looking at this team on the ice, I don't know what hockey you're watching.
I actually think it's more indicative of us undervaluing Larkin, not over.
I agree with that, too.
He doesn't have to be Connor McDavid to be real damn important. And maybe, myself included, maybe I've sold him short because the minute he got hurt, man, the wheels are off the wagon.
Yeah.
Now, I still blame the coach, but
maybe he was the glue and it's all falling apart.
I blame Kenny. Let's go to Ricardo. I just want to blame everybody. I thought we were going to have playoff hockey, which is always a ton of fun. Thanks for nothing.
You want to take my deal now?
Why don't you take your deal? Why don't you roll it up nice and tight and pound it? Ricardo, how are you? Ricardo? Nope. We'll go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I think to me that the streaks that we have had through this year pretty much masked what we really are, because at the beginning of the season, I think pretty much every Red Wings fan said this has to be a playoff year, right? So I think that the streaks masked what we are, which is what you were kind of just referring to, a little above 500. And you think about like us coming from behind as many times as we did in the third period, that masked a lot of things. You have regression to the mean. Eventually, you're not going to win those games. And I think that's what's kind of happening. But I think all parties are culpable. I think it's Derek Lalonde. I think it's Yzerman. And I think it's the players. And to me, the coach is culpable because during this losing streak, I think, I might be wrong in this, but only one game we scored first. And then we ended up getting just blitzed by the Avalanche, right? But that's a huge problem. That's a coaching thing. But also the players have to be ready to go too.
Yeah.
Like these are professional athletes, right? This isn't a whole bunch of rookie guys that we can say, well, they're still figuring out the league. And that comes to the Yzerman part where he's culpable and the roster construction. Why we're signing Hull from the Leafs? I mean, the Leafs have notoriously had a bad defense, and we're picking up a guy that they didn't want. What are we doing? Right?
See, and that's Doug, see, that's what puzzled me last summer is people ran to defend all of these depth signings. And you're like, I understand it, but none of this moves us forward. Yes, you can say, hey, we have solid NHL pros. But then to your point, Doug, why are we in a 7-game losing streak when these same solid pros are being unprofessional and the effort is zero?
Yes, and Petrie, I get the Petrie signing from maybe an offensive standpoint, but defensively, he shouldn't be out there, right? I don't know what they're doing with that. Maybe they wanted to pair him with a younger guy to help on the power play. What? I don't know. But that's where I'm looking at this, and I also think I don't know how many shutouts we've had. So we knew the defense was bad. I just didn't think it was this bad because Lyon has looked, bad this streak. So has Reimer and Husso, but I think probably we have maybe 5-6 shutouts this year. So we're not a very good defensive team.
No, you're
right?
awful. And I got to be honest, I don't care who you put in the net. You could dig up the body of Felix Potvin. I don't think it would matter. It's these goalies are exposed to just not only quantity but quality. It's awful.
Can I throw out a Vincent Riendo? Can I throw out that name?
Yes. Nikolai Habibulin? Yes.
Hey, Nikolai Habibulin.
That was another good one. But I think that eventually this is going to be, I mean, right where we're at is probably where, again, not to be a Lalone apologist, but at the beginning of the season, this is kind of where we thought we were. I just think we got spoiled by winning so much, and now we're losing so much. And if we weren't back and forth every other night and being competitive, this is about where we thought we were if we were being honest. But they have to make the playoffs. They have to.
Yeah, and that's where I arrive at is I can't do any more of turning Stevie into a god. This summer, need a big summer. You need to know, not think, know this team is exponentially better. Because I just don't understand it. If we go into year 6 and I can't demand playoffs and a playoff series win, then why do we hire this guy? Like, give me a break with the whole, he's building a farm system for continued success.
Year 6 was you were supposed to be putting together a Stanley Cup winning team, not just making the playoffs.
Kenny, do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. As long as you got his blessing, you say whatever you like. Tremendous. You want to talk about madness? Check out Moran Buick GMC right now. 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition starting $329 a month. 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred $189 a month. Or a 24 GMC Terrain $225 a month. They're all 24-month leases, $19.99 down at 0.9 APR. Ready to roll. Something's off with that current vehicle, go to MoranExpress.com. You will get the certified service. You will also get a loaner. And if you're having engine trouble, come on, bring it in for service. Let Moran get you that loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we do it every week at this time, so we'll slot it in here. I got to tell you why you may want to savor March Madness top of the hour, because it may be the last one that ever looks this way. I will explain. No hyperbole. David, music, please. Hold on a second. Get some caffeine. Let's make it happen. I need some caffeine. We've been bombing the wings for 3 hours. You know, I got to get a little gasoline. Go ahead. What do you got?
All right, here we go. Brand new audio heard this week on this station. Let's play the game number 1.
2. The question is 2.
Yeah, this does have a number in it. 2 numbers. Here we go. It's a 3-year deal for a guy who was, 31 years old? He's a good offensive lineman. He's even better because of the versatility.
We're talking Graham Glasgow?
Yes.
I like the signing. I wanted him back. I've mentioned he's versatile, but I don't think I ever invoked his age.
No.
So I don't think it's me. David?
It's got to be John. Offensive line talk. He loved the signing, I believe, as well. Yeah.
Kenny?
It's got a little extra schmarmajan on it. I'm going to say Costa.
You think it's Jim?
I do.
Roberto, could I hear it one more time?
It's a 3-year deal for a guy who is, 31 years old? He's a good offensive lineman. He's even better because of the versatility.
I'm going to go Gator.
Oh, come on. We're all over the board now.
I'm going to go Gator just for that what? Like, he says something like, what? You know, I think it's Gator. And David's agreeing with me.
I think I am now. I think I am. Once you said that what? I think I'm with Gator now, yeah.
You're saying Costa. You two are saying Gator. All right. I'll lay on the grenade. Give me Jansen. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
It's a 3-year deal for a guy
Son
who's
of a-
31 years old. He's a good offensive lineman.
All right, thank
He's
you.
even better
That's
because of
enough.
the
Thank you.
versatility.
Thank you.
I can't even get through the whole.
Let's go to number 2. Damn it. Nice job, Rico.
Okay, this is an interesting one.
I hate this game.
This week, somebody actually said this to another person on the air. Somebody called somebody this on the air this week.
All right.
Now, I would like to ask Rico and Mike, if I were to say this to you guys, what you would do to me, okay?
Okay.
Somebody said this to somebody this week. Oh, here comes the whiny bitch.
Ooh.
Whoa!
I like it. I mean, at least it shows somebody was trying. Here comes the whiny
I have to
bitch.
jank myself.
Probably do that a lot.
When are you coming back?
David, I'm sitting right next to you. Please.
For the people who don't know, that means Evan Jenkins' rule. It means you've heard the audio and you are not allowed to guess.
Who would think that they could get away with saying this to
John.
another?
Yeah.
That's
John,
exactly
because
where I
Jim,
was
won't,
going.
Jim won't stand up to him.
You know what? That's what I was thinking, John.
And poor Jim is like a little ventriloquist dummy. So what's he going to do about it?
But like I asked, if that was said to either of you, what would happen?
I mean, we're in an office setting.
guess-
I'd probably just tell you to go F yourself and move along with my day.
It would be context, like, you know, how
Right,
was it said?
or were you kidding? And
Right.
then we're all like, ha, ha, ha. I don't know. I initially think Jansen, because he has stepped up a couple times this week and put a bullet in Jim.
I think so as well.
I'll go John. Kenny nodding yes.
He's the only one that could get away with doing that. To
I think
somebody.
that he probably either had something to say about the Lions.
Now, could you imagine if this was Doug? I'll leave the studio. Oh, man. Like if Mr. Respectful dropped that bomb on Gator, I'd have to leave the studio.
Or if Kang did it to either one of them.
Oh, my God.
Jansen.
Get the pretzel bin. All right. who said it?
Get the pretzel bin, you whiny bitch. All right, who was it? Who said it?
I don't think baby should be
Here comes the whiny bitch.
at the bar.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think baby should be
Here comes the whiny bitch.
at the bar.
Oh, jeez. Is that necessary?
Kind of.
Wait, babies at the bar?
Yeah, bringing your baby to the bar was the subject, I guess.
Who brings their baby to the bar?
Okay.
Stop. Oh, Jesus.
Just go to the next one,
Okay,
please.
here we go. We expect them to come back with much of the same players as last year, but a whole bunch of guys that could be measurably better.
God, that word measurably bothers me. That sounds so Costa-esque. The word measurably just reeks of smarm.
Has Wojo worked in the last week?
No, he hasn't worked since 2009.
Sorry, that was a stupid. That's on me. That was a dumb question.
When's the last time you saw Bob Wojnowski? When? When? It was 2023. I don't know where Bob is. He's like the Prince hologram.
Maybe pre-pandemic, possibly. I don't know.
Hey! I can't wait for his right. It was the right move column on Juwan 2 days ago. It was complicated on his job status. It was the right move. Measurably, I'm going Costa because it sounds like a word a Richard would use.
Measurably, I'm going Doug Karsh.
Ooh, good one.
See, Rico, my head was where yours was at. That does sound like I think it's between one of your two answers, but I'm going to say Doug.
It's like Smarm and Smarm Light under respectful pretense.
No, it's not smarm with Doug. It's more of a let me instruct you.
Measurably. Yeah. David.
I think I don't know. Between Costa and Doug, I'm going to go Costa.
Roberto. Who said it?
Who is right? Who said it?
We expect them to come back with much of the same players.
Oh,
last
I
year,
want to
but a
slam
whole bunch
something.
of guys that could be
bless it.
measurably better.
Just turn it off.
I'm like Zach Edey in the paint.
You are.
Measurably better.
Stop it. It annoys me. Like the way he really gets into it and emphasizes that M.
Measurably better.
Ah! One more time. Yeah.
Measurably better. Measurably better. Measurably better.
Nightmare fuel. All right. Now listen, we got to keep it timely here.
Right.
We got to talk.
I'm 3 for 3. I'm good.
You had an unbelievable week. We got March Madness to get into. More of your Wings calls. We got some football to talk about next as well. That's who said it. Hungry Howie's. Nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. But the question is, which pepperoni? The classic little satellite dishes or the savory original? How about both? I don't even know why the hell we're discussing types of pepperoni. Just put them both on there. It's pepperoni. Hungry Howie's, pepperoni duo. More pepperoni, real Mott's, fresh dough made in-house daily, flavored crust, your choice. Best part, $9.99. Now, it's limited time only, but take advantage of it. Championship weekend, maybe you don't feel like cooking, grab yourself dinner, $9.99. Deals like it don't come around often. They got the pepperoni duo for that limited time only. Only at Hungry Howie's, $9.99. Make it happen.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Michigan basketball coach Juwan Howard is out after 5 seasons in Ann Arbor. The ex-Fab 5 member made the Elite 8 and Sweet 16 within the first 3 seasons on the job, but the Wolverines went just 8-24 this season. That's the most losses in a single season in program history. It's the worst slump of the year for the worst time at the Red Wings season. They've lost a 7 straight games. That's on the highest losing streak of the year for them, and they're now on the outside looking in the wild card race. Forward David Perron calls this losing streak unacceptable. The Wings stuck at 72 points, 1 spot behind the Islanders for the last wildcard spot in the East. They've got yet another chance to get back on track tomorrow. That's afternoon at home against the Sabres. Michigan State loses a thriller in the quarterfinals of the Big Ten tournament. 67-62 the final. They fall to top-seeded Purdue. Tyson Walker led the way with 15 points. And the Pistons have won 3 out of 4 games. They play Miami tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here at the Coral Health Sports Desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. We've talked a lot of Red Wings today. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. Some incredible Derek Lalonde audio. You can go get it. I want to make sure we mix this in. And no, it's not Juwan. Juwan being fired, to me, if you had half a brain, that was the conclusion you came to, and it happened. I didn't need to hire a firm to get to that conclusion.
The biggest question for that is what took so long?
No idea.
Like, seriously, it's like driving down the freeway and you had like exit after exit after exit after exit.
They had to wait till Friday afternoon. Oh, classic U of M news dump. All right.
You win.
But so we're going to go a different direction because a week from today, we're going to be immersed in Onion's double order, Bill Raftery. We're going to be immersed in the NCAA tournament.
Nothing better than watching the entire casino jump up and down or throw tickets in the air off a last-second shot.
Yes. But I would encourage people, you probably need to savor the flavor, Rico, because this may be the last tournament that ever looks this way. Let me explain to you. There's a lot going on, and I'm going to stay as like 30,000 foot in the air overview as I can, because if you get in the weeds, we're going to lose all the listeners. So the NCAA and the Power Five are defendants in several antitrust cases right now, 4 to be specific. And the settlements in those cases are a real hurdle. They're going to bankrupt some people. They could bankrupt the NCAA. Damages in one case could be a reported $4.2 billion. That could bankrupt the NCAA. You're talking about 8-figure judgments against all schools. You will bankrupt schools. Then what you're getting to is part 2 of this, which is the greed element. So Pete Thamel wrote a piece, CBS Sports wrote a piece, the idea of since the NCAA may go bankrupt in these, we'll break away, we'll do our own TV deal because Mark Emmert was the worst executive in the history of executives.
Fair.
The tournament is supposed to be bringing them north of $1.2 billion a year. A year. They may break away, and guess who won't be invited? St. Peter's, Fairleigh Dickinson.
The little schools.
Yes.
Group of 5.
Yes.
Not going.
So
your Oakland wouldn't be making the tournament this year.
No. So here's my question to you, the people. If the little guy is out of the NCAA tournament, or a lot of the little guys are going to end up going bankrupt, then haven't we destroyed the tournament itself? Because what makes the tournament the tournament? I know when I was younger, high school, it was seeing Old Dominion take Villanova and Kerry Kittles into triple OT. It was seeing Siena beat Ohio State. It was seeing
Mike, it's how you found out that Princeton had a basketball team.
Pete Newell, back cuts.
Right.
Yes. That is what the tournament is. Yes, we love Duke, Kentucky, or Kansas, Michigan, Michigan State, Louisville. But it's the little guy. It is St. Peter's going on a run.
Or outside of this area, it is what Tennessee, what you call it? Giddy Potts. When they upset.
Middle Tennessee
Middle
State.
Tennessee, yeah. That's a big thing when all of a sudden you get the upset.
So if that goes away, if this turns into a TV network centric thing where it's only going to be the big schools. See, I've tried to have this conversation with college football, and I get mocked. See, I don't think you're going to do that with March Madness. March Madness, if you take away all of those Oakland universities, you take away Grand Canyon, you take away whoever your hot pick is next week, Indiana State maybe.
Creighton's of the world.
Take it all away. And you're just left with Blue Magic, a brand name. That's not the NCAA tournament.
No.
Well, can I give you something? Could you talk about Mountain West team in the Final Four last year? Would have been not there in the future.
Correct.
West Coast Conference, Conference USA. You had the MEAC automatic qualifier made the Elite Eight last year. You had the MVC made it. The Ivy League made it. The Summit AQ made it. That would not happen anymore.
It wouldn't.
It would be.
And David, here's the thing. Like it or not, I often say, first 2 days, Thursday and Friday, everybody wants to see an upset unless it's your team. You're rooting for that 13, 14, 15 seed because you want to look smart. Now, the second weekend on, the next 2 weekends, you want to see the favorites win. You want to see Duke and Carolina. You want to see that type of Final Four. You don't want to see what you saw last year. But it's what makes the opening weekend, though, that Thursday and Friday so enjoyable are the upsets. Oh, my God, did you see UNC Baltimore Coast knocked off Virginia? Or Fairleigh Dickinson actually beat Purdue last year? You know, 1 seeds used to be untouchable. Not anymore. But, yeah, now, you know what? According to that, Mike, because it took me a second because you sent me the article and I read it and I was just like, oh, I thought you sent me the wrong one. But now I understand why you sent it to me. Because I read it, I was like, you know what? Maybe he was confused, sent me the wrong article. But it's a good article. But now I get it. You know who would be the upset-minded team in the new NCAA tournament? And MSU. Because it would just be all Power 5 schools in there, or Power 4 schools at this point, because the Pac-12 is going to go bye-bye. So, yes, now you're looking at low seed MSU taking on, I'm trying to think, UConn even wouldn't be in there.
Yeah, they would.
Not Power 5.
Doesn't matter. They'll make up their own conferences. They'll take
I
the
got
power.
you.
They'll
Okay.
take the power schools. Look, the whole point I'm making, people, I'll simplify it. If the changes that are being talked about happen, haven't we destroyed the greatest sporting event in American sports?
This I'll give you. I know you like to make fun of me saying I ruined sports. No, but
That's
this
ball
one,
breaking, man.
No, but this one I will give you. If
They'll kill
they
it.
do this, it's not as fun. In college football, let's face it, no one gives that group of 5 school who gets the welfare. Here you go. You can sit at the table, but go
know
sit
why?
at the end of the table.
And they're right to do it for this reason. Football, you got a starting 22, and you need at least another 30 guys on the roster capable of playing. You need 50 guys minimum.
And I would say if you really want to win the national title, you need at least 10 NFL players on your roster.
College basketball, on any given day, 5 guys on that floor. 1 great player. Hey, shout out Harold Arsenault. 1 great player can put you out. If they do this, they will have wrecked the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
So I would like to know from you as fans. You don't need to know the teams. Let's face it. None of us knew Maryland, Baltimore County from Paducah State. But the night they beat Virginia, we were all Retriever fans.
The night they beat Virginia, I remember I was coming back from Little Caesars Arena covering the MSU practice, and I was trying to hurry back home and listening to it on satellite radio because I'm like, oh my God, this is about to go down. History is about to be made. You want to see that. And yes, when Oakland gets a spot outside of Kenny and Evan,
you're
going to
watch
be
it.
rooting for them saying, you know what, I want to see them actually win a game because you know how much it means for them. And yeah, you're right. All it takes is one guy to get just scorching hot, dropping 35 points, and he may never do that again.
But this is another example, and guys, I keep saying it, and it's affecting me. It's affecting my ability to love the sports. Like, network should not be calling the shots in what is good for the game. You want to broadcast our sport? You can broadcast our sport. but you're not going to squeeze every bit of toothpaste out of the tube because it's destroying the very thing you're buying. I want to know if, hey, week from today, are you the person who takes a day off to watch March Madness? Are you the guy who gets no work done at the cubicle? Do you bet all the games? Are these changes going to rip the soul out of the game, or are you, no, I'll go along with it. For me, it'll kill it.
See, I thought at first it was like, okay, you were upset because they were going to expand the tournament. I'm like, well, Mike, that just means it's going to be more little schools. You're like, no. That's not what I sent you. Go back and reread it.
Here, I can't help it.
Oh, they're just going to eliminate the middleman altogether. Because I was like, okay, a 96-team tournament, it'll take a little getting used to. I'm not a big fan of that. But, yeah, this seems like they're just going to go just pretty. It sounds like everybody's going to make the tournament. Whether you were good. Like Michigan would be making the tournament.
No.
It would be no.
Got to have a winning record.
No, Mike. If you do it the way that they're talking about in that article, you're just going to take all the teams. So if you want to do a 68-team conference, it's basically 68 Power 5 teams, which means everybody is in, which basically means regular season means nothing. Juwan would get a second chance this weekend to start all over again.
David, ticket text coming in. What are your thoughts? I mean, David, go ahead. I mean, if you think, oh, Mike, you're old man yelling at clouds, I just feel like the NCAA tournament, Mike Krzyzewski has a lot of comments about this in the ESPN piece. They're going to wreck this event. They are.
Yeah, they are. And
there will be no Furman versus Virginia.
See, and this has always been something that is sacred to me. I love the tournament. Every year, I want to watch the small school go up against the bigger school and upset them. I want to see, oh man, how much better are they from last year? Because, they made it last year or whatever. I want to see that stuff. And it's just sad, okay? Because I don't want TV, Rico. TV's ruining this.
My name in this.
TV is ruining this. They want to make the $1.2 billion
strays today.
Yeah, you deserve the strays because you're the TV exec. You're the guy that ruined football, and now you're ruining basketball.
You could have took the same telecommunications classes I took as well, David.
No, it's just upsetting because you want to see the small school upset. When Purdue lost last year, it was so great with my friends, my Purdue friend, grad, texting, and we won't get that anymore.
No, we won't. San Diego State.
Well, how about today? They approved a 14-team college football playoff before they ever saw the 12-team.
That was ridiculous.
It's parity. It's not even, it's just.
Because at that point, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to break out the 14. Because what if the 12 works? And you've already said, just leave it at 4 until you're ready for the 14.
Never gave it a chance. Why go to 14? Go to 16 at that point.
And that's,
It's just, it's all greed. And it's killing the sport. And it has nothing to do with players getting paid. I have no problem with it. I want the players compensated. I want rules.
Yeah, sometimes people need to realize that less is actually more. When you keep doing everything over, now all of a sudden you oversaturate it and no one cares anymore.
And that, I got to be honest, if they do this, look, I'll always like it. I won't love it.
Okay, it's not the same, Mike, because, one of the things that I like on Selection Sunday is when they set up the cameras at all the little schools who don't know if they're going to make it. And then you see them jumping up and down, or you see them eating sad pizza when they don't. But I like saying that, like, oh, man, I really hope that this team makes a tournament, knowing they're going to lose the first game. But it's going to mean so much that 10 years from now, they're going to have a reunion of that team who made the tournament.
Plus, who wants to see 18-14 Minnesota as the small school? Like, all you're doing is putting bad
and
major conference teams in.
That's what I said. All of a sudden, you'll be looking at Indiana, Minnesota. All of those teams will be in the tournament if you do it the new way.
2-4-8-5.
I'm with you on this.
I know. Maybe I missed the mark with the people. Maybe they don't care. Maybe as long as there's a bracket to fill out, they're into it. I just thought after 3 hours of Wings talk, we could mix it in.
You know what it is?
Maybe I did a bad job here.
No. You know what it is, Mike? It's one of those things that now you are ahead of your time. You're ahead of the curve. People don't realize it yet, but come next year, they're going to remember, oh, yeah, this is what you were trying to warn us about.
248-539-9797. Go ahead, buddy.
You want more speed? Well, you're in luck because Xfinity has just increased their internet speeds. As a matter of fact, I got a text message saying my speeds got increased. They're even faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you can do more of what you love, whatever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, or more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies or TV shows. If life with double the speed is sounding pretty awesome, that's, well, because it is. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Get a 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $20 a month for 12 months, no annual contracts. That's double the speed for the same great price. Plus, for a limited time, learn how to get a $100 prepaid card when you get more speed when you sign up online. Just go to Xfinity.com just go to Xfinity.com and switch today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
All right, everybody. Listen, crazy weather. Could be 70 tomorrow and then 20. Who the hell knows? Storms knocking out power when you need service or your furnace or AC. Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. Back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. You name it, they got it. And generators are in stock as well. Mastercraft can't get to you same day. They'll take 25% off that next day service call. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, before we get to the people, if you want a couple names on the Juwan thing, I'll give you 2 minutes on this, then we'll get to the phones. I can give you a couple names. Now, I have no idea what process you will follow. I'm just saying fits, people that I think are attainable, realistic, and quality, okay? If you're going to call up and be like, yo, let's hire Flip Saunders, couple problems. He's dead and not attainable. Like, don't go saying Phil Jackson.
What about Nate Oates?
No, I wouldn't do that. Plus, are they going to be willing to pay what it takes? See, there's your problem.
$10 million buyout. It dropped by $2 million today.
Yeah. Now, you'd have to figure out whether you want. Obviously, Nate Oates, high school basketball coach in the state of Michigan, got Buffalo basketball launched.
Well, the thing about Nate Oates is you're going to have to pay him a real salary.
That's my point.
Not what you paid Juwan.
Right. So an example, like I think one of the better coaches right now in his mid-40s in America is TJ Otzelberger. Okay, that's Iowa State. 46 years old, elite recruiter, elite, coached under Hoiberg, got hired by Lorenzo Romar. This guy's a big-time recruiter. He's got Iowa State going.
I was about to say, Iowa State probably going to be like a 3 seed in the tournament.
Here's the thing. He only makes $1.5 million at Iowa State.
So you can double his salary.
You could triple it if you're serious about basketball. Now, again, he may say, no, I'm comfortable here. But Otzelberger at 46, recruiting, modern defense, turnover creation.
Yeah, the only problem is they're probably going to use that old Bo philosophy, so he has to make less than the football coach.
Then just go away.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah, okay, then fine, he's out. I said Josh Schertz from Indiana State. He won't cost you $4.5. He's turned Indiana State around, pedigree from D2, kind of that Beeline type candidate in his 40s. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. If you think you're poaching Fred Hoiberg from Nebraska, you're going to have to spend $4 or $5 a year. You're going to have to.
True.
So, couple names. Those are names I like.
Jerome Moore, you're going to look at his salary, and you got to be under that.
I'm not mad at you. I just laugh at the
You would have been better off hiring him last year under Harbaugh because Harbaugh was making a lot of money, so you could have paid him $5 million. Now you can't pay him $5 million.
There, David, there's a couple names for you. Guys I like. Guys who, if MSU job opened up, I would call them. I just, those are attainable. Please don't call up and say Rick Pitino. He's 1,000.
Oh, so you're not like the ticket text?
Oh, there's some that
Dan
say
Hurley?
Dan Hurley?
On the ticket text. Dan Hurley.
From UConn?
Mm-hmm.
What are you on, drugs?
Exactly.
Couldn't
I couldn't
afford
believe
him.
it when I saw it.
I've really seen a lot of Michigan people saying just bring Beeline back.
Again, 1,000. What are you going to freeze his head like Walt Disney? What are we doing here? Let's go to market. Like, seriously, I love John Beeline, but he's a million years old.
And I don't know if he wants to do it again.
Let's go to Marcus, 97.1. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, Mike. First off, thanks for having me on. Second, I agree 100% about your position on the college football playoffs. It's beyond stupid. The fact that the bar now went from what was a respectable top 4 to get in, now this coaches are going to be happy with just getting them top 12 and say, yeah, now we can go ahead and rearrange your salary because it doesn't matter if you finish, with a national championship. Just get in the top 12 and we pretty much will keep you for God knows how long. But my thoughts are really on the Red Wings today because I just wanted to bring this up really quick. I've seen a lot of games that they have played this season. I've watched the losses against Buffalo. I've watched the loss against Chicago. I get you're going to slip up. I get that when your captain goes down, you're going to have to face adversity. All teams do it. But I have never seen a team just look like they generally don't give an F on the ice.
That's what it looks like.
There's no flow. There's no passing. I don't blame Raymond and Schrott for getting there, and at least somebody cares. Because I can tell you right now, I'm surprised nobody got in the face of Kopp. All he does is stand on the ice. He doesn't move. He has done really nothing to contribute. And it drives me insane. And I don't know what Yzerman's looking at down there because if he's seeing, there's potential that they can make the playoffs down the line. In my opinion, they're already eliminated because if this is the attitude that they're going to have going into the end of the month of March in the last 2 games they have left in April, there's not going to be a playoff spot left.
And Marcus,
I
that's
just don't get
why
it.
I brought up, and I wasn't trying to be, an ass about it, but like, do we consider a coaching change? 6 other playoff teams have during the season this season. Like, Lalone does not have these guys ready to play, and that laissez-faire attitude carried over to his comments. Did you hear the audio earlier?
I don't understand how you can sit there as a coach or an organization, even a general manager, and be like, okay, it's fine that we've lost back-to-back games against one of the biggest bottom feeders in the Western Conference of the National Hockey League, if not the National Hockey League itself in Phoenix.
Yeah, because
I don't get it.
Because nobody believed in us at the start of the year. Derek, what are we doing here? February 28th on a Friday, Kenny was ready to have a car flag implanted on his body. Marcus, I'm with you, and I don't have the answer. I just know in the NHL, people put professional bullets in coaches all the time. There's no league like it, Rico. Not even the NBA. The NHL, you could have a team in like the 4 seed and they're blasting a coach. You're like, wait, Lindy Ruff just got fired? You know what I mean? Like, whoa, what happened here? It's the league.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is that an option? Because that
that's why I asked Kenny, was there a magical number that, you know what? If you lose 10 in a row, that's it.
I
We got to
would've
upset
said,
the apple cart.
After his comment, which we may as well play, I've referenced it now. We'll play it. After last night, I would have. But if they lose, Kenny, they lose to Buffalo. Talk to me. We firing Lalonde?
I'm giving him 2 games. I'm giving him 2.
So 9 games.
Saturday, Sunday. I want to see what this weekend looks like, especially now that Dylan Larkin skated with the team. He's on the mend. He'll be back after this weekend. I want to see what this team looks like now that they're captains.
Okay. So he'll never see that 10th game if they lose the next 2.
If I'm in charge of things, no.
Okay. Listen, you are the bearded oracle. David, I want to play this. This was Lalone, and I want you to tell me if you want this from your coach whose team has gotten their ass kicked the last 7 games. And this is what he's bringing to you. I got nothing for you. All I can tell you is if I owned the team, I probably would have done something rash. I would have made a mistake and fired the guy. Like, maybe he goes on to be the greatest coach in NHL history. I swear, I would have come down in my pajamas if I were Stevie and fired him. I would have lost my mind.
That's one of those. Sitting in my office, I'm going to hit the rewind button. Listen to what you
is that
just
Steve
said.
Yzerman in athleisure wear? Did he just throw Derek Lalonde out on the ice?
Larkin, head down there. Finish the rest of the game. He's out.
No. Hey, you. Up. Come here. I need to talk to you.
I would have lost it.
Come here.
248-539-9797. David, couple ticket texts, and then we will get into sports by the numbers.
Yeah, regarding the NCAA tournament, says, don't forget, you would lose the perennial power Gonzaga. They would never be seen in the tournament again.
I got to tell you something. This take may age very poorly. I think they're done.
Clemson of the basketball world?
I feel like in a lot of ways it's very MSU-esque. Hey, if they played in a real conference, their record wouldn't look so pretty. They don't have the elite talent. They had an unbelievable run. They were able to keep Timmy in school for 50 years. I just don't. And Mark Few looks like he looks like the Crypt Keeper. Mark Few looks like he's aged a decade.
Mark Few looks like I probably should have left here a few years ago.
Rico, I'm not
I
saying.
got caught up in Zag pride.
Right, they're not going to go to the NIT. I just think the Gonzaga we feared or you didn't want to see, I think it's done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, because they were the masters of the portal. Now everybody uses the portal.
Except somebody I know.
Hey, Tyson Walker. One shining
You can't have one person and just keep naming that one as a great
did
moment.
he come out the portal?
Sure.
Then yes, I can.
But you need more than one.
Well, stuff.
FanDuel. Right now, new customers, $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 if your bet wins. You bet the NBA with a wide range of bet types, from quick bets to live SGPs, player props, you name it. They got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make that first bet a winner. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right, get ready to get green and stay green with Natural Way. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You receive free grub control. And you remember, just mention my name. You don't have to like me. I'll still save you money with your lawn. Despite snow and cold, bottom line, you're going to get a 70-degree day out of nowhere and then a 30-degree day. Well, it'll be this way till May. Let Natural Way get out there and get that first treatment of the year done, because if you wait for the problems, it's too late. Certified applicators, a custom-tailored solution for your yard and home. Trust a locally owned company with over 30 years of experience. It's Natural Way. They offer pest control as well with a satisfaction guarantee. Visit naturalwaylawn.com for all your lawn care needs, or simply call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, and get going with Natural Way. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. Busy day today, Odyssey.com rewind. We talked a little Juwan. We talked about the Red Wings ad nauseum, and it warranted it. We had waited all week thinking they'd snap out of it. It really hit a zenith with last night's performance and Derek Lalonde's commentary, and it's all there for you. And plus, let's face it, we needed a break from the Lions. I think everybody did. Big free agency week, some ups, some downs, a lot of anger from people, which is weird.
And your Johnnies are beating UConn.
Yes.
16-50.
Look, stop the game. David, ticket text, and then what do we got, Reegs?
Yes, Rieger's down at LCA getting ready for a Pistons broadcast, I believe. I get liking the small school upsets, but a 32 team, no auto bid double elimination would be pretty fun. Someone else says, play that drop, money, money, money. That it's all this is about. That's all they care about.
Nope, that's not the right one. I'll be damned. That moved on me. I don't know where it is now. Hold on.
Yeah, I would simply say you want to see the.
Nope, that's not the one.
You want to see the small schools. That's what makes the first couple of days of the tournament fun. Like it or not. You become all of a sudden, whatever university it is, Long Beach State, yep, you want to see them win. Everybody picks the small school unless they're playing your school.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yes, it has vanished. Thank you for your service. Appreciate that.
At least it's still in the system.
It is. Why? What's
I'm just saying, like,
how other things disappear.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Probably because of Jeff Rieger. I'll read this one before we get to him. The Wings need a few more good defenders, a goalie, and a superstar. All Stanley Cup teams have these three key elements.
Good. Well, maybe by year 6 we could address some of those.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing great, Jeff.
Fantastic.
Are you surprised as you are happy that Juwan was let go?
I wasn't surprised after I woke up to that Athletic article where they hired the outside firm and the culture problems. I figured that had to be the final nail in the coffin, right? But I'm happy he's gone because now you get a chance to play in these exciting games like I'm watching right now, St. John's and UConn, right? Rick Pitino at age 80 is taking on the Huskies, and all I've ever wanted was for Michigan to be back in these games. So I'm happy. It's a good day for Michigan basketball, I think.
So who's your coach? Who do you want?
Can we get Dusty May from FAU? Is he going to come here? What about your guy? What about Drew Valentine? Will he come over here? He only makes $2 million?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Fred Hoiberg?
I don't know. He may have to bring Sister Jean with him.
I'm fine. Well, Mike would not be fine with that. How about this one? You guys might laugh. Izzo's good buddy. What about Mick Cronin? Awful year this year. Had those great UCLA teams. Been at Cincinnati. What about a guy like Cronin and still one of the few guys that actually wears the suit?
Rieger, all I got to say is you got to find a coach who'll take $4 million or less.
Here are the names I gave you. All right. Josh Schertz, Indiana State.
Okay.
I gave TJ Otzelberger, Iowa State, who currently only makes $1.5 million. He's a great recruiter, great defensive coach. And I just respect the hell out of the Big 12 because the Big 10 is ass. And then we talk Fred Hoiberg.
Hoiberg, could you get him to come over? I feel like Nebraska is.
But you got to pay.
Put a commitment into basketball.
Well, listen, then do me a favor. Then don't have a basketball program.
No. I would like Fred Hoiberg. And what's with the $4 million? Are we sure that's all you can pay a guy?
No, you got to pay him less than your football coach. So that's all. You remember the old Bo adage, basketball coach should never make more than the football coach.
Whatever. Listen, if he's the right fit, man, pay him whatever the hell he wants.
You're not paying your basketball.
Season like this.
You're not paying your basketball coach more than your football coach. Not at Michigan.
Go get Brian Dutcher, right? He'll come back. He's only 65. I've heard people say him and Beeline. I'm like, come on.
I've heard Beeline. Seriously.
Beeline's 71 years old. He's not coming back here.
No.
So what's next?
We are going to talk about something that you guys touched on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to take it even deeper, and I'm going to give people a reason to talk about the uncomfortable. Derek Lalonde could be fired. And I have stats to back me up. If you want to salvage this season, and I'm not quite sure Yzerman cares about making the playoffs. If he did, he would have made some moves at the deadline. But if the fan base cares about making the playoffs, which I'm pretty sure they do, is the right move to fire Derek Lalonde. I got all kinds of comps. I got all kinds of data for you. And I'm telling you, it could not hurt. And unless you're in love with Derek Lalonde and thinks he's like your Scotty Bowman of the future, I'm telling you, it might be the right move because you can't fire the whole team. So you might want to get rid of the guy that currently is in charge of the whole team and the team's not playing for.
I don't think you're wrong. No. I'm at that point. We have an audio loaded of his comment if you want to use it on your show. So go ahead.
They played that during Bally's, the third period. Wings are down 2-1.
Yeah.
And they played that cut yesterday. I'm like, wow. We should just be happy we're here.
I'm going to tell you something. That network is like Kremlin PR. I can't do it. All right, my man.
Rieger, just make sure you have my lunch ready on Monday.
No, yeah, my Spartans fought hard. I thought they had your Boilermakers. I did.
We'll talk to
Zach
everybody.
Edey gets every call in the book, doesn't he?
Yeah, 14 of them to be exact. But guess what? You know it going in, so be better. I don't want to hear Izzo crying about it.
Real quick, guys, before you go.
Oh, God.
Did you hear Sean? Let me extend your weekend very quickly. Did you hear Sean Windsor ask Tom Izzo after the game? They lose the game.
Yes.
He says, Tom, what do you think? What do you think about the fans that want you to wear a suit? Amazing. Freaking amazing. Oh, Tom hated it. It was so great.